You're now watching RIPS.
We'll call it 90,000 on the day, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. That's exactly what we were looking for. There's that 35 tag as promised.
You're likely going to be a lot better than you were last year, as long as you take it seriously.
And RIPS shows the Jack 8. Cash is flowing to RIPS.
Look at that, just getting absolute.
And it's RIPS winning one of the biggest pots of the session.
Wow. $250,000 on the week, baby. Let's go. There's nothing that makes me happier than when I see you folks win. Can it hold this push lower below 80s? This would be a big break if we can hold this push. $6,000 on the day in our Lucid Pro account. This is your entry. This is your ad. This is your takeout. Boom, right there. Good morning, everybody, and happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday today. Good morning. If you're here with me in the Kick X or YouTube chat, go ahead, say what's up. Let's see who's with us this morning. We have Cranberry. What's up, baby? Minty Mo Soybean. What's up? Jabernathy. Carter in the building. Kick back and relax. SCD for free. M Youngs 03, Otis, Price Action Pete, Stoli, Sovereign Pulse, Carter in the building, Dave, Milo, Wilk Trades, NQ Nonsense, Cam Dingo, Ricky, Amber, Andrew, good morning. Potechko, Haasnuts, good morning to you. Big Tick Trader, AFA, Ripsmod, Morbay, Tarbog, KDR, Brad Gates, Poppy Trades, Big Tick Trader, Cyborg Pine, Elite Trader, Skydro, good morning. L, Market Architect, Sander DBE, Noah Schwartz, Biker Boy, Mike Hale, Marine Linda, Amp, Wilk Trades, Strategy 1, Airmark, Dr. Quasar, Blaze, Zealous, Sergma, Angie, Lido, Cyrex. Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? What's up, C-New? We got some chart work to do here. How'd everybody do yesterday? What a day yesterday, huh? This is crazy that Ken Griffin bamboozled Leopold. We're right back to where we were. Poor Leopold. It's the craziest thing about trading is that on Wednesday, July 15th, Leopold's world was okay. And then a bunch of useless paper things happened on paper. And we're right back to where we were. Nothing has changed value. A lot of discounts for Kenny Boy, huh? $200 on the day yesterday solely on micros. Let's go. Yahtzee, baby. I forgot to have the chat up. Whoopsie. I forgot. What's up, Shanta Nudes? Nudes Japan. What is your name? What is your name? Shanta Nudes H Pan. What? I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. Shantanu Dishpan. Okay. Nudes was in there. I couldn't help but see the word nudes. Show a man nudes. Quick question. What platform do you think is the cheapest and fastest to make money on? My business partner stole $30K yesterday and wiped me out. Well, you shouldn't be trying to trade if you're having financial worries. Trying to trade with financial pressure is very difficult. What's up, Birdseed? Tomoki, good morning. Yeah, Angie, I would not be trading. I'm really sorry that happened. I've had terrible business partners in the past as well. It's not fun. Sucks. Being an entrepreneur is very hard. Griffin collects hedge funds like Infinity Stones. It's crazy. He's a G. He's crazy, man. What's up, Chizard? Chris Moore? Maui Man? Cheapest and fastest firms out there. I mean, they're all relatively cheap when you use a discount. I have to do something. The money was my road to 1 million a year. Could you find a new business partner and continue on what you were doing? Get a loan from the bank? 30K is, in terms of business lines of credit, 30K is mostly easy to ascertain, especially you can go to a big bank or you could go to a credit union and show them your business that was working. If you want real talk, I mean, I can make jokes about it, but you take your business that was working before your business partner shanked you. You go to a credit union or a bank, you show them that your business was working. Here's our numbers. You get a credit line for $30,000 and you do the business with a better business partner who's not going to rip you off. There's your answer. Like if the issue was a bad apple, if there was a bad apple, not a big deal. Banks don't care if it's not, they'll loan you money. Cash Gary's talking right now. He wasn't scheduled. Big Tick Trader says, or you take that 30K and bet on NQ at open and double your money. Yeah. What's up, KS Trader? I'm doing well. Good to see you. What do you think about that idea, Angie? Not the NQ idea, but you know, going to a bank, getting a credit line for 30K, and you know, that seems like the smartest thing to do. What's up, JJ Trades? Shantanu says, I'm following you from the last 2 months. I'm from India and I love your shoes. Thanks for being here, pal. What part of India are you from? Yama, good morning. So market pulled under 900s. And now pulling back up. This is such a big zone of liquidity that we've kind of painted through. I'm gonna draw out 2 zones, to be honest with you, because I'd like to split it up. By the way, if you're thinking that we're gonna have a day like we had yesterday and you're counting on it, knock it off. Just knock it off. That's how you get yourself into trouble. Just because we had a big day yesterday doesn't mean we'll have one today. It also doesn't mean that we can't have another big day. Always expect anything. Let me see what data is coming out here in 15 minutes. We have time. Prior acceptance here. We haven't gone into that stop zone. Oh, ADP is coming out. Sorry, that's what it is. Let's see how the market reacts. Plus 44,000. Consensus was plus 65,000, so less jobs being added into the economy. Only took 2 hours from activating my Pro accounts to set up Pro Plus accounts on TPT today. I don't know why that got erased by the auto mod. I have the AI mod set to the least stringent settings, so. News being split up today? What? ADP employment change always comes out at 8:15. Julius. In the words of Alanis Morissette, you ought to know. Also, in the words of Alanis Morissette, and this one's for you, Julius. Would he go down on you in a theater? 8:30, we do have the Treasury's quarterly refunding announcement with a press conference at 10. Jay Prowse, good morning. How are you? Breezy, what's up, baby? What's up, Candlestick Controllers? Nye, good to see you. Tristan. All right, well, market barely reacted. Let's get back to chart work here. I don't think that's valid. Whoa, easy there, pal. It really is like right down to that level. No, I can't spell. It's accurate, yes. There we go. Okay. Now we can dial in the smaller bits. I bet you there's a fib in there. There we go. Great. Hey, that lines up almost perfectly. And that should get us going for the session. Get you to be purple. Nah, you can't even see that. There we go. Why did that go red? I want that one. Even white is better. It really doesn't want, there we go. It's like it really doesn't want to lock onto that. That's better. There we go. Perfect. Hi Ribs, long time no see. Was focusing on myself. After years, I made 20K payout on 250K XFAs, February payout. Now back on XFAs, made 2K each, 2 days in a row on 2 accounts. Want to say thank you. Awesome. Manlis. Thank you for your transparency. You're just an amazing person. All your hard work helps a lot of people. Keep going, G. Thank you, bro. How do I say your name? More Rips. Is that volume profile on the right? Since yesterday, 9:30. It's visible range. So if I go like that, we're gonna see visible range for all that. So if we were to auction from where we are now, 921. Right here to this level of stops, it's only 282 points to get all the way up to that sell side liquidity is only 645 points. I've seen the market do crazier things. Right now we're seeing super strength from Amazon, Meta, Nvidia is a little bit weak. AMD after earnings yesterday, I think is still down. Yeah, still down after yesterday's earnings. I think they dropped about 10%. Highs to lows, 13%. So but on that print, I think it was here to here about 10% on that candle. All right, yeah, just about that. So AMD down, but it's, I mean, really, honestly, it just negated the pump. It's not like it's down back in this gully of despair. From there to there is 21%. You know, it is crazy to see that there wasn't a breakout here. These patterns just continually repeat themselves. We had a flat top potential here. And then we just fell out of that consolidation, found buyers again, and broke those lows. Didn't find buyers until we had earnings, and then we're kind of back, potentially threatening these lows. One thing to watch out for on chips is that if we did start to roll here, which I don't think we will, it might affect chips if we're looking at like Soxel, which is a Direxion ETF that tracks chips. We're still down from the whole thing. Like a Micron, still down from the whole thing. Sox S, on the other hand, Sox S had a terrible day yesterday, obviously. Now, if you're thinking like, oh man, all I had to do was short this thing, this is called contango in an ETF. It just goes infinity. I had a friend who literally thought this was like a true pricing. And they're like, oh my God, I just need to short this thing. And they don't realize how contango works. And look, it just goes to infinity. Right? You're so stupid. This guy also smoked cigarettes on a private airplane. So yeah, that'll show you their intelligence level. I went on one flight with them. Absolute moron. Seeing gold. I have not looked at gold this morning, but I'll look now since you said it. Yeah, it looks like, up 60 points, which used to be a big deal. But, after last year, 60 points is like, man, it is 600K on 100 contracts. A lot of money. It's not splits, it's contango. All right, I'll be right back. I'll leave Bookmap on the screen for you. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started. All right. We are back. News coming out in about a minute. We have the Treasury's quarterly rebalancing data coming out here. So we'll see how this affects the market. We can, I guess we could watch Bookmap for it. People still do like watching Bookmap. By the way, the poker vlog is going to be live today. I hope you won't miss it. I'm live today at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Or we could do 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. What do you guys prefer? You guys want to do 9? What do you guys think? What would you like? 9 Pacific, noon Eastern? Let me change that then. Let's do that. Noon Eastern, might as well. That sounds better. I think that should be the regular release date. All right, quarterly refunding coming out right now. Good luck. Be careful. See if it does anything. Oh. Sell 55 billion in 3-year notes, 42 billion in 10-year notes, and 25 billion in 30-year bonds. Unchanged for tips. No changes in the amounts at all. Okay. Okie dokie. All right, let me change the schedule here. There we go, 9 a.m. Bang. Sweet. Can somebody help me? Rips used to display his trades in real time. He no longer does so. Does anyone know why? Because I'm hiding things, brother. Why wouldn't you just ask me? I like when people talk like when I'm not here. If you have fundeds with 700 drawdown left, do you just go for new evals since it's more probable to get a fresh funded, or you work it back to profits? It depends. Depends on your budget, your personal finances. I can't exactly answer that for you, you know? Hi Rips, I've had Bookmap for a week and struggling to make sense of all the data. What one tip would you give me to help to get started with it? So I've told this story quite a bit, and I think you've been in here as I've told the story, but it has a built-in recording function, and I would just record my screen. I would stare at it for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, if not more, every day. I mean, it's just the way that it is. We're trying to break these lows now after we've auctioned now twice up at 940. Pull back in equities. We are back down at these lows. S&Ps are trying to go. But yeah, you record your screen. You go back and watch the recordings, and you can watch it at specific times of the market. It's not going to make sense for a while. I did this for a year, and it still wasn't making a lot of sense. Like, you just have to have good pattern recognition in your brain and look for very specific things, and over time, those patterns will start to emerge and make sense. I wish it was. I mean, there's just so much going on. It's information overload for most people, until it's not. So 900 seems to be the line in the sand right now. Nvidia is under the VWAP. Microsoft is threatening to break the 7, I think? The 9. Always get it mixed up. The 9 EMA. Where can I buy the hat you're wearing on Amir? Actually, no, they're sold out. They sold out of this one. But Amiri.com, AMIRI.com. What add-ons do you recommend in Bookmap? I mean, if you have the budget for it, getting the MBO stuff is good. But I'm not trying to get you guys to spend money. I don't really... If you see value in it, go for it. But Bookmap works just fine on the lowest version of it. Has the way you use Bookmap significantly changed with increase in volatility? No, it's the same way that I used it before. It's all the same. Any new thoughts on deep charts? I haven't ever used it, so I was thinking about using it. Do you ever look at the DOM? It's on my screen right now. I would hope so. Why do you always wear a hat on stream? So I don't have to do my hair? Motive Wave free with some prompts has heat map and other order flow tools. This is true. Yeah, the only heat map is not Bookmap. I've been using Bookmap for years now, so I just stuck with it. And the way that it looks makes sense to me. Could try to use something like Deep DOM. Maybe Deep DOM is the greatest thing ever, but I've never used it before. Curious why you prefer visible range volume profile over anchored to previous day cash session. Watch this. Watch this, buddy. Zoop. How about both? Bang. How about both? Got it over here and over here. Look at that. How about freaking both, dog? Look at that. How about both? ¿Por qué no los dos? ¿Sabe? ¿Sabe? Deep DOM now has incorporated intraday GEX if that is an interest. Yeah, I mean, I need to check it out. I also need to, there's so many things I still need to do. I have so much backlog still of things I've been wanting to do and things I need to do. By the way, we are pushing up. We held 900s. We pushed all the way back up here to 950 almost. Oh, it looks like Lido is passing out subs like he passes out needles on Halloween. What did I miss? I'm long 29,903 looking for 20,000. Well, that's not how you make money. Oh, 30,000. Tarot cards? Sure. Let's do a tarot card. Why not? Pick a number. Lido gifting to Yamano. 8? Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Thank you, Lido, for the subs. Wow, you're starting to hype train. My God. Didn't even realize those things are still working. Hype train kicks off in 3 more subs. Insane. Okay. For the first time ever, let's see this card. Oh my goodness, Nike, Microsoft, and Oracle? I don't know what this is. What card is this? What is that supposed to be? What is that? I don't even know what that is. Nice, look at that. Lido's starting the hype train. My God. Lido's just on fire right now. My goodness. We are pushing up higher here. Trying to break out of this range. Shop earnings call is happening right now. Management said the company is building now for commerce embedded across more consumer services, but provided no incremental financial outlook beyond the reported quarter. Interesting. So no FLG. Do you have to have bookmap to trade PNC, or can it just be candlestick charts? Yeah, it could be candlestick. I have a video on my YouTube about how to do it with candlesticks. Damn, Hockey Shane, what in the world are you doing? Unbelievable. Hockey Shane taking the lead here. You guys are nuts. You guys are insane. I guess I can't do goals anymore? I can't do like sub goals? Oh, there we go. Let's do it like this. There we go. We fixed the sub goal. Follower goal still at 12,000. Okay. Shout out Hockey Shane making it rain. Thanks, Jay Goody. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. What's in the cup? 7-Up from Ghost. Sugar-free, baby. What's up, M. Flores? Dustin? Day and night trading? How's your other indicator coming along? Haven't really had much time. Maui Man says the Kicks Kid gets all the love. I mean, I gave you a shout out at the start of the stream. Aspartame? Let me see what's in this for the sweetener. It's so hard to read this black text on this dark green can. It is sucralose. There you go. Sucralose. Mac D nailed it. Nice work there, buddy. So we are just kind of holding this range right now. This is the next range I'm looking for us to kind of break out of. Right here. Shouldn't be too hard to break out of this range. L'orange. Shouldn't be too hard to break out of that range, but that's the range that we're currently in. Tempting to break down or break out. Can't wait for Ghost to drop the A&W root beer. When is that coming out? What's the release date? You feel like you trade blind without bookmap? Nah, I mean, I could just have the time and sales and... But, you know, I have a nice tight little package right here that has it all, so... You know. Processed artificial sweetener, personally, I prefer when they use natural stuff like stevia or agave. Don't disagree. Tomorrow's a release for Ghost A&W. Nice. Maybe it'll be tomorrow. Could be dope. Damn, QQ coming in with the 11 subs. My God. Thank you, pal. Appreciate it. I got a CGM on her and it has an eye-opening, and it has eye-opening for blood sugar spikes, etc. Nice. It's good to monitor that stuff. Some people's blood sugar doesn't spike for artificial sweeteners. Some goes through the roof. It all depends. Depends on who you're. Let's see. I think this will be better. There we go. What's up, Furious? Devraj. What is craculating? What's up, Base Kicker? Good morning. Nice little hype train this morning, level 5. Dang. Were you able to bring home the WSOP bracelet? I guess you'll have to watch the vlogs to find out. So market a little bit slow here. And just kind of dancing around this whole zone that we formed. Lows of around 900, highs of around 950. Rips hasn't shows his wrist. Maybe he did win. Very good point. It could be choppy today. It could be very choppy, especially after a huge day of expansion. We could have some morning chop followed by some clean moves after the open is kind of clearing out certain orders and whatnot. We are threatening that prior breakout of 956 halves. And we are really not that far away. Less than 20 points. Do you take into account what day of the week it is? Is there a day of the week you tend to do better? I'm sure if I loaded in my statistics that it would spit out one of the days that I statistically do better than the rest, but I don't personally feel any type of way. I've had extraordinary days on every single day of the week. I've had bad days on every single day of the week. For me, I don't really like to look at that data because I don't want to wake up on a Wednesday and be like, oh, buddy, this is not a great week or not a great day of the week or whatever the case. I don't want to have that data floating around in my head. Just take every day as a new day and try our best. What's up, Billy the Kid? How are you? NQ so far inside previous day, value area right at value added, value area high. ES is above so far. Let's see where we open cash, but here we most likely get a failed auction above previous value area high and then chop, possibly. I don't like to think so matter of fact when I'm going into the day, whether it's things that are certain to happen or statistically things have happened, whether that's where the chart should go or whether that's where my trading has been in the past. Improvise says, I think trading earlier was a good choice for me. I'm not even trading anymore today, just here for the vibes. Nice. Did you trade already? I have not traded today yet. I have $0 P&L. So no trades yet. Just chilling. Ferrari Phil, good morning. How are you? Nikki says that's actually a good point. You have data that Friday is bad. You go into Friday trading differently since Friday is bad. Trading differently cause you to lose on Friday. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Statistically, Rips probably doesn't do well if he attempts to use quant. Oh man, those were the days. I'm just happy that I don't have to use a platform like that. What if that was the only platform that we could use? Shame what happened yesterday though because of the horrific slippage. Yeah. I wish I would have just stayed long and just left it. That would have been nice. The idea was to get filled at around 70s and then possibly add in if it was still strong. Problem was it just kind of knocked me on my back a little bit. Just like shocked, stunned, and just like, ah, dude, come on. RIP. Generally love your stream. Stumbled on them yesterday. I appreciate the free book map showcase. It helps my trading experience when I want to enter it off absorption. Very nice. Thank you for being here. How did you find the stream? You just going on kick randomly? Julia says there's vibes. There are vibes. It's our Marty Van Dyke in the building here. Good morning. Just on kick because I'm in YouTube and TikTok streamers do anything but trade. Yeah. Dude, I mean, I've heard TikTok streams are just some of the worst. My read is that if Trump does not tweet or TS today, TS, Truth Social, we go above 30,000. I have a price target now is 30,090. 4 micros from 900. Good luck, man. What's up, Mr. Leslie? I didn't even know that was a thing on TikTok. Yeah. First week here, enjoying the book app breakdown. Found you through Instagram. Nice. Thanks for being here, Nick. Music is just some chill vibes. I realize that we've had some, like a lot of house music lately. That can be off-putting for a lot of people. Any expectation for the open dip before the rip? I mean, we just have to play within our zones of liquidity, and right now we're in a zone that's pretty strong. You can see in the broader profile, this right here, draw this, you can see what I'm talking about. You know, this broader zone, midpoint's right here. This looks like we have buyers down here. So anything below that point of control, you know, we could see an open like this. It just holds and holds and holds and then like that. Or we could see it coming up here, finding rejection. And then judging what it's going to do down here. We just have to play around our zones of liquidity. That's it. That's all we can do. Rips, did you hear how this whole sell-off in the market was Citadel liquidating that guy and then buying all the stock cheap? Yep, we talked about it almost first thing this morning. That is one of the very first things that we talked about. So crooked. I mean, that's the game of the markets. I think it's pretty badass. Like, you know, on every single side of your winning trade, there's somebody losing money. Is that crooked? You know? Billy says, say, I'm new to trading, so I'm looking for clues. When is a good time to get in? I've noticed at 2 a.m. price usually turns around until 4 a.m. Should I get up and trade that time because New York time is brutal? I would not make that your thesis for trading. I would find setups that work over and over again and backtest those setups and try them at different periods of the market. However, if you think that you've found some type of sauce and you feel confident in that, go for it. what time do you start your volume profile for the day? At the start of Globex or another time? I just zoom it in and out, you know? I'm looking at the visible range, so I want to see what was traded in this visible range. It's going to populate it in just a moment. There you go. You can see right now we're at the topping edge of a lot of prior liquidity. So this is a big fat zone, and this is why we've drawn these boxes of liquidity, you know? So it's just like how people ask whether or not I'm using, like, which time slice I'm using on Bookmap. I'm not really using time slices, just zooming in and out, you know? Don't really use time slices at all. Thank you, Mr. Farkas. Appreciate that. I'm just zooming in and out and finding what I'm looking at. The current price action. What are my volume profile settings? Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. There you go. Nothing special. Very basic stuff. Watched the channel yesterday. Was good for my FOMO, even though it turned out to be a stellar long day. There was very little pullbacks from my type of entry. Yeah, we were patient on our entries. There were some violent pullbacks, but yeah, patience is a very paramount to trading success. That's what I've found throughout my career. The more patient you are, the more likely it is that you're gonna have a better trade. You can miss a lot of moves the more patience you have, but your quality of setup will likely be better. The worst thing that can happen by not trading is that you do miss potential profits. The worst thing that you can do by rushing trading is causing financial harm. Are you trading a live account? I am. I trade a cash account, as well as props. By the look of yesterday, you crushed the trend day. Do you still have a break rule? Do you still have a break rule after a good trading sesh? Yeah, I mean, when I have a really crazy good session, yesterday was not like really crazy good. There's definitely a lot of money that was left on the table, but I don't bring that emotion into the day today. On a day like yesterday, it's hard not to feel like you always could have performed better. The hardest part for me yesterday is that when I was watching the day one of the World Series of Poker final table, I legitimately was looking at my phone when it tagged right below 840, and I was like, man, this is such a good area to buy. And I was very close. Like, I had the order, dude, I'm not joking. I had the contracts up on my phone. I trade on TradingView with AMP cash account. So I had it up on my phone and I dialed in the number of contracts, and I was gonna set the contract sizing to 10 contracts and start to buy it on the way up. Would I have held it overnight? Maybe, maybe not. I probably would have just covered here, but I'd like to think that, you know, that would have been sweet to somehow catch 1,100 points. Even on 40 contracts, 1,100 points is $880,000. So it's a lot. Did not make $880,000 yesterday, unfortunately. And that is crazy. That's trading, baby. Those are the opportunities we have as traders. The hard part about being a trader, once you do start to get consistently profitable, is turning off that side of your brain where you always feel like wanting. You get there eventually, but we are humans. We're not immune to these types of emotions that we'll feel. Shelly, where you been? Good to see you. You find yourself establishing a short bias after big runs to the other? No, not at all. Not at all. I don't really like to have any type of bias other than what the chart is showing me. For instance, if the chart is continually showing me that we are coming up into this area and we are not breaking and not breaking and not breaking, not breaking, not breaking, and then we start to, you know, dip lower, and now we're having trouble breaking above this area, now I'm starting to think that the market's going to come down. I'm just waiting for the market, the MGI, the market generated information, to tell me and guide me That's all I want. That's all I have to go off of. If I just open up the charts and I say, like, imagine, and I'm sure that a lot of people did this, right? Here's Monday, right? Here's Monday. We had this down day. Monday, you could be like, well, we had sellers up here. It just popped above and now we're gonna go short. Or Monday that goes, and then it comes all the way up here, right? Comes all the way up, and to this line, and you're like, oh, you can't see that. And you're like, oh, well, because it had such a big update yesterday, this is 1,000 points. It moved 1,000 points, so, oh, I gotta put on my short hat now. I'm gonna short this market. And imagine if you brought that thesis into yesterday. You got cooked. The market went up 700 points. You know? So no, it's not good to have a bias. It's best to wait for the market to give you information and draw zones of liquidity on your chart and wait for it to interact. Like, if I really wanted to wait for a break and retest above this level, and the market decides all day long to just chop, you know, in this zone, and I don't take any trades. I'm not saying this is the way I trade, but maybe this could be the way that you trade. What's the harm? You miss a day of trading? Oh well. Do you use PD and B shapes on volume profile? No. I mean, maybe my brain does surreptitiously, but the way that I look at things is the way I just perceive things. I don't know. I look for zones of liquidity, volume shelves, and what sticks out. Yeah, you could argue that they make P's and D's and B's, but I don't really think about it like that. Feels so good to finally wait for a setup now instead of predicting a potential long short breakout, just waiting till it happens and not predict it. Cost me a lot of money trying to understand this. Yeah, that's a lot of people. They want to be the first one in the move because they're so scared that they're going to miss the move. But again, you don't lose money when you miss a move. You lose potential profits. You don't lose actual money. Something DJT. I don't know. Isn't that Trump media stock? I can't recall. Gargar says, I am learning trading for now before I start true money. I just want to explore more and hoping to learn more a lot in your streams as a beginner. Trade on a paper account. TradingView paper accounts or Tradeovate paper accounts are either very low cost or free. Do you look for reversals? I look for breaks and retests, up or down. If we come up to an area and repeatedly challenge it and we do not break, then we're probably using that point as a reversal or an area that will be tested to break out or break down. How do you determine strong areas of liquidity? By using the visible range volume profile or a fixed volume profile. And you can literally see how much liquidity was transacted in a certain area of price. That's the value of using a profile. You always say you want to see orders stacking behind a move. If it's a long, are you basically looking at the bids? Yes. Seeing if more are added as price holds and starts to move up? Yes. But again, and I've said this before, the DOM can show you one single contract, but actually be having thousands of contracts. I'm trying to use an exaggerated example. But for instance, this is the live DOM right now. Let's get in here real nice and tight like. You can see right here, there's no orders there, so we know positively that there are no orders being bid at 939 evens. But as it comes down, you can either have a couple things happen. You can have an algorithm that literally will put up an order like it just did. You just saw that in real time. It'll put up a single lot. Also, let's just go down away since this is sweeping lower. Let's just take this price right here. There's 2 contracts that we can see on the bid. That could be somebody iceberging 500 contracts, and we would not know until that price is interacted with. So there is value in seeing that, but this alone, unless you're using like a specialized DOM, but this alone doesn't tell you the full picture that you would get from the bubbles. So if I'm seeing this coming down and we're seeing the red bubble grow, the red side of the bubble grow, and there's only 4 contracts, I know that there's somebody iceberging there. It's a synthetic iceberg, or it's an order type of an iceberg. You ever enter negative RR trades? I'm sure I do. My trading is extremely dynamic. It's not fixed risk. I don't go for, oh, this trade was 6 to 1 or whatever the case. I don't really look at it like that. I have a fixed risk based on the profile, and I have trades that are more likely to happen that I'm willing to risk more on, and there are trades that are less likely to happen that I'm willing to at least scale in slower or risk less on. Raspberry says, I went from almost 3 years of losing, now making 4 to 10K a week for the last 3 months. Not sure what I'm doing differently. Afraid it's just the market lately that is making me profitable now. I understand that, and that is totally fine. But you're also probably understanding more of what's going on. 3 years in the market is a tremendous amount of time. And 3 years in the market is about when I started rounding the corner for me. So I would not discredit your efforts that you've been putting in, and I would not really get in your own head about things, and I wouldn't size up either. I would just relax. Just take it easy. 12 weeks of profit is great. It's 120 grand at your high point. Hey Rips, it has been brought to my attention that when the weekly candle starts, it makes a wick, then builds the candle. Looking back at Sunday, there was a gap up, then a pullback. Monday, we took off. Right on. What is your recenter settings on Bookmap? Do you keep relative vertical zoom on? My price levels change a lot when I zoom out. Let me see. Recenter is set to auto/trades, and I don't have anything else checked. You can't see the pop-up just because of the way the Bookmap works. So we have since made a higher low on that pullback, and we are still attempting to take out the orders at 950. Overall, the market since the London session does look somewhat like it wants to hold buyers. The open is going to happen in 24 minutes, and anything could happen. Are you working with a more detailed DOM? I can turn on the super DOM, but what you see is what I'm using. The only thing you can't see on screen is the time and sales. There's just no space for it. I have a limited amount of data that I can show on the stream because there's only so much screen real estate. Can you show us what you're looking at on Bookmap when you're in a trade and say, we should be able to get through here, no problem? I just find that fascinating and can't figure it out. I try. I try to talk through what I can when I'm in a trade, but best thing to do would just be rewatching the streams, I suppose, and looking on the screen. Damn, Lito, out here already? Thanks for stopping by, bud. See you hopefully tomorrow. They're never content, are they, Rips? Nope. But I do understand the eagerness wanting to learn. And I also do understand the eagerness of being like, you know, oh, I watch this guy. So, I mean, just tell me the thing. Like, I get it. You want to have your streams, but like, just tell me the thing. Just do the thing. Like I'm ready for a Ferrari. Just tell me the thing that you're doing. Just like get over, like go, just do the thing. Tell me the thing that you do. Like up or down. Just tell me the up or down thing, man. Tired of this shit. Just tell me. Stop gatekeeping all of it. The secret is time. And I know that's not what you guys want to hear, but the secret is time. That is the big secret. So we are still pushing up here. S&Ps are above 7,800. This could be another tremendous big ol' up day. The thing that is interesting to see on Bookmap here is that we have a really nice double bottom. I just don't want to show that part. It's like right on the cusp. It's so annoying. Anyway, we have a double bottom from there to there. There we go. That double bottom is super strong. So if we don't break that area of price down and we do continue to hold there, you know, one of the things that can happen, and we can auction back down there, it can hold again. That'd be super strength to possibly break out. Could be a very choppy session today too. Anything can happen. Literally anything. What was I just gonna do? I had my phone. Totally forgot what I was gonna do. Do you eat before trading or grind on an empty stomach? I haven't had like breakfast at breakfast time during the week in forever. Like my feeding window, which sounds hilarious. I sound like a barnyard animal. My feeding window. What's up, Mike? Is 11 to 2, generally speaking, during the week. Pop then chop, maybe. Possible. We have 18 minutes till the market opens. How to be tight says, dang, I guess no trades for me today. Quantire and Top Step acting super weird, and I don't want to risk any nonsense this close to the open. That's a good move. ES out of control doesn't make sense to me. What part? The S&Ps are catching a bid because the components of the S&Ps are stronger than the components of the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ is being held back because of the AMD earnings yesterday. That means that chips, the sector of chips, are being affected. AMD could be a bellwether for other chip names. What data is driving it? I think I just answered that question pretty succinctly. Loopy Circus says, I'm growing closer to profitable, and I must admit the main thing I've learned is that almost all information is unreliable. A fixed strategy won't work, and a non-consistent strategy also won't work. Correct? What always works well is good risk management. What's up, Michael? How are you? Katie's here. Do you have any thoughts on Phidias prop firm? I did a call with them, I think last year, or maybe it was this year. I don't remember, but... Wait, was it Phidias? Oh no, I'm thinking of Perdia. So yeah, Phidias I get emails from. I haven't really talked to them, so no. I don't really have any opinions on them. The ones I do have opinions on are scrolling at the bottom of my screen. What's up, Sonny? BB Wass says, Buenos dias, Mr. Rips. Just bought Bookmap. I have a question. The volume dots clustering, do you use smart or price? Smart. Boom, doo doo doo, boom, doo doo. There you go. 3D bubbles. Take a screenshot. Size 30, transparency 22, clustering smart at 16. That's it. Will it change your life? I don't think so. How are you doing today? Thank you for asking. I'm doing well. A little bit tired. Got 6 hours of sleep. Watched the second day of the final table. Didn't go in person this time. That was my night. What's up, D-Cross? D-Best, good morning. The Jack versus Ace. Oh, dude. Yeah. Poker is so unfair sometimes, man. So unfair. So unfair. Rubes, I want to ask you, as an older trader, should I take a stab at Bookmap? I watched PA, but it seems I'm missing the Bookmap component. I mean, there's a lot of people who will find value from it, and there's a lot of people that won't find value from it. There's a lot of people where it will just become distracting noise. And I've seen both sides. I've seen some traders that I've mentored in the past become completely distracted with it. I've seen some traders use it as the core component of their trading strategy. I've seen some traders add it as a minute help to their trading. So really, you just won't know until you try. I don't know the way that your brain works, but I don't want to sit here and be like, oh man, if you learn Bookmap, you will increase your profitability, or you're going to be so much better. I just think it comes down to how our brains perceive data. You know, you ever really get high and start thinking about, I wonder if the way that I see the color blue is how this person sees the color blue. Well, we don't know the answer to that for sure, but we do know that the way that your brain perceives data is always going to be significantly different from the way that my brain perceives data. Unless we're twins or something. So a lot of people, it'll just be a bunch of noise. A lot of people, it'll be very helpful. And there's people in between the two camps. Sparky Trader says, I did Bookmap for 2 years and nothing. Found footprint charts easier to read order flow. There you go. And is there anything wrong with that? No. Dude, there's people that clown on me for using Bookmap, and it's like, wow, amazing. I don't care. You dream bubbles. When I do have dreams about trading, there's definitely Bookmap patterns that are going off. No joke. I've been using it for years and years and years. It helps me see the price, the velocity, absorption. It just helps me see things. And go back to this as we wait for the market to open. We are just trading within that zone still. Very choppy zone here. I would expect that unless we see a clear trend in equities, we will probably see a fake out. Right now, the picture in equities is that everything except for Nvidia and Tesla are trending up. So Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google all sort of trending up. But notice how none of those are heavy into chips. Nvidia and Tesla announced both deals with AI companies and chip companies recently. So, you know, that's why I think they're being affected. I found tick charts plus the DOM to be my happy place for low level. There you go. Nothing wrong with finding what works for you. Trading is very unique. There's people that made money shorting yesterday. There's money to be made in any way that you can make it in the markets. You think and professional trader, hedge firm, or bank makes a financial decision based solely on candlesticks. It's not like that. That's not how that works. How is it we get slippage on sim accounts? I've had break-even stops be 2 points negative. Because it goes off of what the true prints are in the market. If you have a stop, let's just say you have a market stop at where we're trading right now, 931 quarters, and the market doesn't have any liquidity at the time, and the next print is 943, you're going to get filled at 943 on some prop firms. Some prop firms will fill you wherever your stop was, even if it didn't print that area price. Why delete it? AI mod. If you have to ask, assume that it's the AI mod. I'll read your message. It says 25K Lucid Pro accounts are so good and rewarding for beginners. With a 1K bankroll, even with a not quite profitable strategy, but close, you could end up making money thanks of the asymmetric risk profile of props. Hard to read that when it's all struck out. Yeah, there's a loopy. There's just a way that they're programmed that they're going to go off of whatever the last fill is after your stop is tagged. The very next fill, right? So if there's gaps in liquidity, then you're going to get filled at whatever the next print is on the time and sales. Rumo says, I'm short NQ, 29,939 entry, expecting a sharp pullback to the downside, holding through the open. Good luck to you, man. Hope you win. Hope all of your dreams come true. Traded for a bank, and I thought that Japanese candlesticks were what one drew to pick up the check. There's the issue. The money comes after getting a process. The worst thing that can happen is making money with no process. You're bound to get crushed with no process. Agreed. What's up, Jeff? How are you? Do you treat double bottoms as targets? In what sense? You can have a double bottom if, I mean, assuming that we're talking about something like this. If this is a target, you can make a high or low as we did here. So let's say you're short using these as a target. You can make a high or low so your target's negated. So no, I don't think that I've ever really looked at it like that. I might be looking for that area to interact with, but as a target, no. Less likely. We are coming down. Oh, excuse me. Oh. We are coming down to this lower zone. S&Ps are having a little bit of a pullback. Amazon pulling back. Meta a little bit toppy. Tesla rolling over. Apple and Microsoft still very strong. Just if you accept the idea that anything can happen on any given day, I think you'll fare a lot better than most. All right, 8 minutes until the open. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started. All right. We are back. Do we have more earnings reports this week? Yes. I can tell you who. After the bell today, we have SanDisk and Western Digital, which are chips companies. Thursday after the close, we get Airbnb and DraftKings. So we had Eli Lilly's Shopify, Uber, and Disney this morning. But after the close, it's going to be interesting to see SanDisk and Western Digital, both memory companies. Memory is definitely in focus right now, as you know. We are continuing to chop in that zone that we drew earlier. This is why we draw boxes. Ribs, what do you like to do on your free time? Take my wife out, play poker, lift heavy things and put them back down. I used to play tennis a lot, but played tennis recently. It was super embarrassing how bad I am now. I've tried to play golf. I'm not a big fan of it. Are old levels still valid? Somewhat, yes. DraftKings are going to do well based off my slots RTB. Dude, does DraftKings really have slots? That's insane, bro. It's crazy. I can't believe that. Get into pickleball. I've never been a fan of wiffle tennis. I tried to, but nah, it's not my game. So Amazon printing a big red candle, Nvidia printing a big green candle, and we have less than 3 minutes until the party starts. What's up, Yanko? How are you? Good morning. Slevin says, hey, brother, I really enjoy your feed in the morning. It has made me a lot more patient. Good. Happy to hear that. I have not tried Padel yet, no. But I definitely would like to at some point because there's a lot of poker players that play that as well. We are possibly going to break out of yesterday's highs. That's the liquidity right now. Nvidia is super strong. Microsoft, slight little pullback here. Inside 2 minutes now. Market is pushing up. Could be a pop. A pop before a big drop. Could be a continuation to take out the highs. Could be a blast off towards 30,000, which is only 40 points from here. Anything can happen today, folks. Don't forget that. Anything can happen. Absolutely anything. Welcome, Yanko. How did you find the stream? Trump posting about Wayne County right now. Dude, this thing can go straight through 30,000 from here. Really not that far. Really not that far at all. All right. Markets are about to open. Good luck, everybody. Hopefully you guys have a fantastic trading day. Wishing the best for you. We are just below 30,000, not far at all. Markets are about to open, looking very strong here. Markets are open. Fighting underneath that 30,000 area of price. Going for that 30,000 area. Nvidia very strong, Microsoft rolling over, Google rolling. S&Ps are showing much more strength than the NASDAQ here. Possibly pulling back in the NASDAQ to maybe 900 evens. Nvidia sharp pullback off highs. Finding some strength here. Little bounce from Google. Microsoft tangoing with the VWAP right now. 30,000 still that line in the sand. In the NASDAQ. Did make a higher low there temporarily. Point of control is switching between 80s and 95 here. And 70s. Seems to be a lot of folks that are interested in selling prior to 30,000. Nvidia super strength. Google and Meta a little bit lacking. I'm guessing that AMD is probably rallying a little bit. I don't have it up on my screen, but that's what I would assume. NASDAQ still having trouble piercing through the 90s. S&P's coming down here, possibly trading 7,800. 950s getting sliced through. AMD is falling, thank you. Nvidia again pulling back. Still no trades yet, just watching. Pulling back to the tippy top of that breakout that we were at prior to the market open at 945. Not the time, the price. Seeming to find a little bit of strength here. See if it can break out of 30,000. S&Ps are now lagging the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is showing a lot of strength. Microsoft and Meta are definitely leaving a little bit to be desired here. 30,000 does seem to be that big line in the sand. A lot of liquidity here at 30,000, so a little bit of a pullback to 975. S&Ps do have some lower liquidity as well. We are moving into this area of price where we did have prior stops. But 30,000 does seem to be a big challenging area of price. Currently holding right underneath 90. Again, 30,000 trying to blow out. We do have stops above that. Microsoft going down, so I wonder if these sellers or buyers will be reacting to the prints here in Microsoft. ES does look like it's struggling just a touch. 30,000 still holding here. Still struggling right around that 30,000 area. Not seeing that mega strength that we saw yesterday. A lot of overhead supply still showing up here. The stop zone ends at 60s, so 50 points higher, but the more offers that they have up here, the harder it is to drill through this. You might need one sharp pullback before that makes sense. Starting to push up here. What do we have at what time? 9:45. We have the services PMI coming out. So it is drilling a little bit here. Back to 90. So it did not hold that push above 30,000. Market is rolling now, heavily. Microsoft and Meta definitely on the way down. We are double bottoming here in the S&Ps. Is this the pullback it will take to get back up through 30,000? Or is this the fight underneath 950 that gets negated? It seems like it's losing the battle to reclaim 950. Choppy regardless. Nvidia off to the races. Nvidia is super strong. Meta bouncing a little bit. Microsoft and Google also showing a little bit of promise. Apple off a cliff. Tesla has bounced. Market attempting to reclaim 950 here. $7,800 still has not traded in the S&Ps, mind you. S&P's attempting to auction lower into these bids. 950 did hold now. That could be the strength that the market needed to potentially crack into 30,000 and hold that area of price. Right now, big upper topping volume shelf right here prior to 30,000. Nvidia, like I said earlier, just completely off to the races. If Meta, Microsoft, and Google all followed suit, I could see it getting pretty crazy. Sellers showing up on the S&Ps here. Let's see if we can hold a crack through prior areas of liquidity here in the S&Ps. If it can break down below 78.05, I would feel that the NAS would follow suit and come lower. So a little bit of a pullback there into strength. A little bit choppy. A little bit of indecision here. There's a big print. Holy smokes. Had to be a Trump tweet or something. Nothing in equities outside of Tesla reclaiming the VWAP. Or somebody closing a big short, I guess. We are making new highs now. There are a lot of stops that are positioned in this area, in this zone here. At least the tunes are chill. Associated Press saying deal for straight. Interesting. Yeah, we do get news in 4 minutes here. Market could be waiting for that news. Keep that in mind. We are dropping back below 30,000, if only temporarily. Iran and Oman have drafted something up for the Strait of Hormuz, according to the Associated Press. Nvidia again is just so strong, but if we saw a reversal from Meta and Microsoft, I think it would follow suit. It's so very strong, it's insane. Two and a half minutes till the news comes out. Just kind of back and forth so far. We are still in that zone of stops. Above that zone is into those 60s. So if it continues to sweep this area of price, fueled by Nvidia's rally, I think that's what's causing the most of this. Inside 2 minutes now for the news. S&Ps look to be a little bit toppy here. Now we are seeing divergence between the two index equity futures. What news am I talking about? Talking about the PMI, S&P Global Services PMI coming out at 9:45. ISM out at 10. We are continually grinding higher here. 60 is still that big line in the sand. One minute, inside 1 minute. Let's see what happens after the news print. We are seeing 5 and 6 tick spreads right now in the NASDAQ futures. I know that you guys don't want to pretend that there's no PMI coming out in 10 seconds, but there is. Services PMI coming out in just a few seconds here. Market seems it wants to rip the roof off. 54.6 is the print. Market looks very strong still. So we are pushing into that area of where we have a lot of stops positioned. You can see all of that overhead supply coming in. S&Ps are dropping. Nvidia is pulling back underneath 220 now. S&P is dropping, potentially breaking 78.05 to the downside. NASDAQ still showing strength. See if the S&Ps are going to hold that 78.05 area of price. If not, then I could see the NASDAQ correcting back below 30,000. Up 4,800 from copy traded forecasts. Nice work there, Carter. Good to see you here, pal. So S&Ps are auctioning into this area of liquidity that we talked about earlier and sort of holding. NASDAQ is strong. Let's see if it reclaims 30,050 again. Kind of hesitating around 50s here. But it looks like it wants to reclaim. If S&Ps reclaim 7810 and hold that area of price, we could have a potential push up, but it's still threatening the break of 78.05 to the downside. There's 78.05. Still holding 78.05. NASDAQ looking to potentially reclaim that 30,050 area of price, and above that 60s, all those stops are positioned. So could be a nice reclaim into that move. It's really dependent and contingent upon 78.05. Nvidia did bounce at the VWAP as well. So a bit of a drive there into 50s, but nothing doing on pushing out and pushing through that area. We could test the auction lower at 30,000 if it does break down a little bit. Right now, just kind of seeing if we break out of these 50s here. Breakout seems like it's valid. Now going for highs here. New high of day potentially. S&P's having a little bit of trouble reclaiming 78.15. Uh, 50s are still holding in the NAS, but they need to reclaim 60s in a jiffy here. Seeing if we do get new high of day here on the NAS. Nvidia is still showing a lot of strength. Microsoft, however, is trending to the downside here. S&P is also following suit since S&Ps contain a lot of Microsoft. Google on the way down as well. Amazon on the way down. Nvidia seems to be the only thing kind of propping up the market here. '50s are trying to hold still. S&P is potentially pulling back to that 78.05 level that we talked about. No bounce yet in Microsoft. Pushing into those 60s again in Nvidia, in NASDAQ. Big 60 area of price here. 78.05 is giving out in the S&Ps, but NASDAQ still, oh, whoa. That was a huge puke in NASDAQ. I'm not really sure what that was. Currently holding that puke. Not exactly sure what that was. Currently holding that 30,000 area of price as well. S&P is trying to reclaim 7,800. $30,000 is being held by some offers. A little bit of a rebound here. Trending back up. Looking for a potential reclaim through 25 now. Nice push up. Can it hold the push through 25? S&P is a little bit weak there at 7,800. Watching for that potential reclaim back above 25 here. A lot of orders coming in. Rolling over some here. Watching to see if 30,000 wants to reclaim it all. Nice push back up here. Could be temporary though. We did run into some big resting orders pre-75. But the line in the sand does seem to be fixed at 30,000 for the time being. Microsoft is bouncing a little bit though. There does seem to be a tremendous amount of sellers fixed here at 30,000, but if it did reverse and start to blow out these players, I could see this trending back up and potentially making those highs again. 25, that line in the sand here. Seeing if this push holds. Back to 25 now. Yeah, there is just a lot of overhead supply that is coming into these pushes that makes it very difficult to judge where these extensions will stop. Tons and tons of overhead supply. Back to 25 here. I mean, it could easily blow out a lot of these players, but question is it strong enough to push through all of this overhead supply liquidity? Right now, it's kind of dancing around that 25 area of price. Yeah, really cutting lower now here. Seeing if we have a reclaim bounce here above 30,000. Some orders coming in. So that might be the liquidity it takes to get through 25 here. Through 25, can it hold the push and then reclaim 37 halves? Still trouble at 25. There is an order left behind there in the S&Ps that makes it seem like it has strength. And Microsoft is still holding a little bit of a bounce here, so let's wait and see. So a lot of consolidation here. Some overhead supply at 78.10 in the S&Ps. It's attempting to potentially grab that liquidity. So there you go, back above 30,000. 10 a.m. is 3.5 minutes away here. A lot of back and forth. 78.10 still hasn't been reclaimed in the S&Ps. Seems to be that 30,000 is the pin. Three minutes now until the news. $78.10 being auctioned into here. A little bit of a squeezy pop. Market will be waiting for that news. Right now, auctioning back into that area of liquidity up at 25. You can see how many orders are in the way of that. Still pushing here. 37 halves is the reclaim area, but not a lot of bids are being left behind this area of price. Auction into 30s now. Starting to make its way uptown. S&P's likely auctioning back to the 20s. See what happens on this newsprint in almost 1 minute here. 50s are a big line in the sand, 20s are a big line in the sand. So print coming. We're back to the prior zone of liquidity here. Good luck, everybody. $54.1 is the print. 54.5 was the expectation, so 54.1. 25 still that new line in the sand. And the market is coming down. Back at the midpoint in the S&Ps here. Amazon has been straight down. Nvidia has been straight up. Right now it seems to be holding right around that 30,000 area. 25 is the reclaim spot. S&Ps seem to be holding the midpoint for now. Auction is making new lows here. Back to that area of price where the 50s were. Seeing if they are still in a downtrend here. Right now, some overhead supply coming in, potentially pushing this thing below those 50s now. Now potentially cratering through 7,800 to the downside. S&P is still very, very weak here. Pushing up towards 50, seeing if 25s are holding. This was the midpoint of liquidity pre-open. Keep that in mind. So it is probing this midpoint of liquidity down at 920 here. There's that 50 sweep. $50s being protected now. Watching 20s now for that sweep. Seeing if it will break down below those 20s. Big line in the sand here. Meta finding a little bit of a bid. $75 is being held. Back to the midpoint of liquidity here. Watching to see if 30,000s hold. A little bit of weakness here. See if it traces back to the 50s at all, or if this is the strength that the market was looking for to the downside. Some selling into some pockets of buyers here. Tempting those 50s again. Some buyers showing up. Seems like a double topping area here. Might have one more blowout before it goes, but right now just kind of holding this area of price. Definitely pinned at 30,000 here. Still finding strength at 30,000. Big area of price here, where the point of control is. So back up to that 20,000, 25 area of price here. Finding that same rejection that we saw before. Coming down lower. Midpoint is here in the S&Ps. If it does crack below that midpoint, maybe it will break that 30,000 in the NAS as well. Right now, just dancing right at that 30,000 area. S&P is still strong. Just snaking around this area of price. Seeing if it's dropping here, maybe a retest of 50s. Right now, auctioning back down below in the S&Ps. Finding a little bit of a bid here. So straight back to 30,000 again. Squeezing again. Back up to that 25 area of price. Extremely choppy still. Still trading at that midpoint. Testing lower price points into bids. S&P's back at the midpoint as well. S&Ps are pinned at 78.10, it feels like. If it rolls through 78.10, I think we'll see a roll in the NASDAQ as well. Microsoft picking up a little bit of bids here. Just continuing to hold here. S&P is finding some strength. Nvidia finding some strength as well. There's a big bid left behind there in the S&Ps, but it just got removed. Some big bids showing up in the S&Ps there. And then removed. Still just dancing around this liquidity here. Starting to fade. Starting to do nothing. overhead supply showing up in the S&Ps. It does need to lean into this 75 area to want to crack, but it's just very much pinned right now. Yeah, very much pinned. Been a while since we've seen the index equity futures pinned like this. Quite the volume profile. Microsoft is holding, but looks like it's selling off a little bit here. A little bounce from Google. Nvidia is at 221. See if anyone can shake the tree here. There's 530 contracts in the S&Ps on the bid here that just got taken. Excuse me. Okay, testing 75 now. Starting to break a little bit. Microsoft trying for lower. So it traded down to 950 there. See what happens. S&Ps are trying to reclaim 7810. Back to the 50s. VWAP is right below us as well. So 50s are the new line in the sand here. Does seem to be some active sellers here on the tape. Some liquidity below in the S&Ps, but I don't think it's enough. Some overhead supply coming in at 50s now. Into the VWAP now. A lot of big bidders there at the VWAP. DOE numbers coming out in 8 minutes. So currently bouncing at VWAP, but is it enough to hold? There's a lot of sellers, like I said, very active sellers on this tape right now. Extremely active sellers. Back at the VWAP. 7,800 still has not been tagged in the S&Ps. Meta is fading. Potentially going for a new low of day here. Extremely active down here. Gunning for 7,800 and 900 respectively. $900 new line in the sand. $7,800 was tagged in the S&Ps. 900 was almost sold through in the NAS. A lot of overhead supplies still coming in here. Big bids chasing up on the S&Ps here. Some front running of the 50s. A little bounce here from Microsoft. Back to 50s. Big unwind. Seeing if it probes below 900 on this push. There are some buyers at 40s right now. Also buyers in the S&Ps. Back to those 50s. S&Ps are still weak at 78.05. Some activity there at 40s on the bid side. A lot of defense at 40s. A lot of disagreement at the 40s for now. It's trying to find sellers back down into 7,800 in the S&Ps. If it does break below 7,800, this thing will be extremely weak. Microsoft and Google both sort of bouncing here. Weekly DOE data coming out in 1 minute here. S&P's probing lower again. There's an offer chasing down the S&Ps, trying to smush it into that 7,800 level. DOE data in just a few seconds here. NASDAQ potentially touching 900s. 7,800 is trading in the S&Ps. Did crack below. 900s are trading. Still a lot of liquidity here on the bid side. We are breaking lower though. That is a huge breakdown from the pre-market area of price. So potentially auctioning down to 820 here. See what happens. We are below 7,800. So 900 did not reclaim here. We are pushing lower again. 820 was a very likely target. I'm currently holding 16 contracts. Potentially looking for 820s here. $870s are a very important area here. If we do not continue lower on this, we could see a pretty decent sized bounce. We have to break below that 60 level. S&Ps are still very weak here. We're kind of at that midpoint of price. That 850 level is very important here. You can see some bids are coming in, stepping in. So let's see if that 870 area becomes a troublesome spot. Right now, still cutting lower. If it can break 850, we're likely to trade right into that 820 area. So watching to see. Right now it is holding those 70s. We are seeing a little bit of a bounce in the S&Ps as well. It's again fighting at those 70s. Big buyer stepping in here. Seeing if they have bids left behind. Right now it does look like overhead supply is coming in to hold this downtrend. Back above 900 now. Seeing if we have a check back below here. It is waffling at 900. Microsoft is showing some strength here. So breaking back below 900, I want to see 70s touched and traded. Coming into 70s now. 70s are a very important area of price in this pullback. S&P is still showing us some weakness here. So into that 70 level we go with some big bids and seeing if the S&Ps can hold this push lower. Right now, just dancing between the 70s and 900. It was yapping very loud. So overhead supply is still coming in, watching these 70s for the potential breakdown. S&Ps are still showing that weakness. Reclaim of 900s. Looking for those bids to dissipate on these pushes back down. I want to see this snap at 70. That would be the most ideal move out of this whole consolidation. Right now they're holding 75s. Not a lot of contracts down there. Trying to fade these 70s now. A new low of day possibly here on the S&Ps should carry this down further. 70s still holding in the NASDAQ. I do like to see those pops getting quickly sold into. Let's see if we have that continuation back down through the 70s. S&Ps are sinking very hard here. See if they sell this pop. Should be enough liquidity to cut through 70s now. You want to hold that push through the 70s and a new low of day on NAS. Bring us down to those 40s. See if we can get there. Okay, back down to 50, new low of day there. You want to see a mega drill through those 50s. Interesting to see. I would expect a faster drop through those 50s. There it goes. Bring us to those 40s now. Down to 2 contracts after covering in 40s. I'm covering into those lows at the 40s there. When I have 16 on, so. Altogether, pretty decent. Called out the targets well before they hit, obviously. Hopefully that was helpful to some of you. Covering one more. Stops are going to be in at 9:05. So again, hopefully the comms were helpful today. I try to be as helpful as possible with my communication, with my targets. The fade down to 840 doesn't seem likely until it starts to get there, right? But this is why we draw our zones. This is why we talked about it well before the market opened. This is why we go through all of these things, because it's important. And I want to be helpful for you folks. So still coming lower here, cutting through 840. 820s are the next line in the sand, followed by 797. You can see there that the front running is real. The front running into these levels is totally real. And that is somebody that is market ordering covering 700 contracts. So you have to assume that that person probably made somewhere in the realm of, let's do the math, 215 times 700 times 20, $3 million. So that person just closed a trade for a nice, cool $3 million on the day. Must be nice. So what was the what was paramount to the success of that trade? Remaining calm, having clear targets. All of these things sort of matter when you're in a trade. Newer traders can get very nervous when you know that you have these pops, but if you're panicking, you're costing yourself tons and tons of points. I'm gonna relocate my stop to 885 now. Might get tagged on this. Still coming down. So really nice move off the highs there. Looking at our charting earlier, coming out of this zone makes sense for longs. Coming to our stop area, where stops are likely placed, and then where did we run into? Again, folks, if you're missing any of this stuff, I highly recommend showing up to the class, the lectures, the stream on time, because if you can see what this says right here, and you can see where we traded into, on the 30-minute bar, we popped all of those stops and we wicked into exhaustion. Almost picture perfect. Right? We wicked into exhaustion. We challenged that exhaustion up at 60s. What does exhaustion represent? Yes, buyers getting exhausted. We do a stop run through that area of price, which is what this was, a stop run. And then we get exhaustion on those wicks. It's exactly what it is. People ask, you know, can you do the pitch and catch with candles? Let's go to the 5-minute bars and see. If that is your primer, and then this is your greater primer, on this 5-minute bar, you can take a short risking these highs. If you're risking those highs and you're targeting the daily lows for TP1, you've concocted yourself to 5-to-1. Now, for you folks who can't read order flow, or you folks who like candlesticks, that's your prime setup. Does anybody have any questions about this? Oh, hype train's active. Nice, right on. But yeah, that's up at 60s. Right there. So if you're asking me, you come to the channel, you ask, hey Rips, do I need a book map to understand the way that you trade? No, you can make this work with candlestick charts. You mark out the high of day, you have your primer, and then you have your entry. Could even take it at the low of that body. Risking highs. Becomes a 7-to-1. You trade more like how I do. Somebody's asking like what my risk reward is. I have more of like a 2.5-to-1. Oh, I just got stopped out. Just got the chime. There we go. Just got stopped out. Nice. Why not put the stop above the high? You mean like that? How it's been? It's tough to see on the screen sometimes. But yeah, and again, all day fades are nice, but you know, having a stop in place makes sense. Long from here, Ripsy reversal? I don't think so. I don't think so. Incredible, Ripsy. Thank you for talking through the candle charts. Would you look at the day for VRVP? Sure. When I re-enable, yeah. I wish I could select things and like group change the opacity. Like, why can't I just change? Whoops. Can't I like, okay, create a group. There we go. Hey, there we go. Nice. Nice, man. There we go. It's like, why can't I do the thing that I want to do? Is this what you'd like to see, Broccoli? Price Action Pete says, would you mind explaining the exhaustion zone? I was here for the chart and I don't fully understand how you identified it as exhaustion. So the key to identifying zones is always going to be the same answer for me. If you ask the question, hey, how do you find the buyers? How do you find the sellers? How do you find exhaustion? How do you find stops? The answer to all of those questions is going to be the same. You stop sucking at trade. No, I'm kidding. You look left. The answer is always going to be the same. You look to the left. So if we go on the 4-hour chart, we can see that this is a prior area of stop runs. Now, this is not something you're going to pick up overnight, but this is just pattern recognition and understanding how to read a candlestick chart. By the way, the Ripsy reversal is up heavily. What was my cover? 840. We're up 60 points from the Ripsy reversal. Yes, I understand my final cover was at 886 quarters, which, by the way, there's your slippage. I think, didn't I say I had my stop at 885? So, what is that? 5 ticks of slippage. But, you know, spend some time in understanding what the function of a candlestick is. Most people don't even understand what the difference between a body and a wick is, what creates a green candle and what creates a red candle. I kid you not. How many people here truly know, or how many people truly do not know how to read a simple candlestick? Type an L in chat if that's you. And it's okay. We all have to start somewhere. Don't feel ashamed. Nobody wants to be the first one in the pool. Leslie, I don't believe you. So, on a green candlestick, the bottom of the body is where the candle opened. The body, not the wick, the body. The top of the candlestick is the highest that that candle went in the time period that the candle is displayed for. The wick is as low as it went on a green candle. Sometimes there's going to be high wicks, but this is where the candle closed. The candle closed on highs. So the 4-hour candle closed on highs. It's followed by another green candle. Let's look at a red candle. The opening of a red candle is at the top of the body. The close of a red candle is at the bottom of the body. The wick to the top side designates how high did it go during that candle. The low is how low it went. But the body is where it opened and where it closed. On a green candle, the bottom is the open, the top is the close. On a red candle, the top is the open and the bottom is the close. A lot of people don't know that simple functionality of what a candlestick is. And don't feel stupid, because again, you have to start somewhere. By the way, the most glorious pitch and catch happened when I was trying to teach. Wow, what an insane PNC that was. Wow. Look at that, right into our zone. Came right back into our zone, rejected it, and went straight down, and it's making new lows. On a downtrend like this, that's one of the best trades that you can possibly take. So let's just look at risk reward on that. If you want to take this directly from there, can you position your stop to the middle of that bar? Let's see. And target lows. Survey says that's good for 3.7 to 1. That's good for 75 points on 100 contracts. That's $150,000 on 50 contracts. That's $75,000 on 5 contracts. That's $7,500. Think about that. On 5 contracts, if you waited all day on simply 5 contracts in your funded account, let's say you're trading 5 funded accounts, you could have made $7,500 per account just waiting for that exact setup. That is the pitch and catch. Wow, we are heavily rolling now. Wow. We flushed right through 29,800 here. Heavy, heavy flush. Big amount of displacement here. Market coming down tremendo fast. The reason why we puked so hard is because so many stops were placed at the zone that we drew. Right there. All of those stops just got smashed into. So if you're wondering, why did we just smash through that? It's because that was the Globuck's double bottom. Yep, always be racing, nailed it. Triple bottom on the 1 hour, that is correct. Exactly right. So a really nice move from 900 down to 800, 100 handle resolution there. If you were targeting the triple bottom, that trade just became a 5 to 1. If you were trading the PNC pattern, right? Just talking about this. If you were trading that PNC pattern, that becomes a 5 to 1 risk reward. If you're targeting those lows. And don't act like we didn't draw these before the market opened, right? Don't act like we didn't draw those. We positively did. Relax says, hey Rips, did you enjoy your break you took? Have a nice day. Thank you, Relax. I appreciate you. I hesitated because of the reversal. Seems a little too strong. So if you find yourself hesitating to take a certain setup, in this regard, this setup here, if you find yourself hesitating, trade 1 micro, put your stop where it should go and just let it happen. You do that over enough times, you're going to find confidence to then go to 2 micros. That's it. Start with 1 micro, put on the trade. You're not going to get hurt. Let's say that you get stopped out. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Your stop is 19.5 points. 19.5 times $2 is $39 of risk. You make 104 spot 25. You're risking $39 to make $208. Does that seem like a good risk reward? Does that seem like it's doable? Does that seem scary? If you lost $39, would you feel stupid? Or would you feel like, hey, at least I tried it? Right? Doesn't that make a lot of sense? If you can condition your brain to wrap yourself around that and say, well, that does make a lot of sense and it's really not that hard for me to do, why don't I just start doing it? And thus becomes your journey as a real, patient, measured trader. I don't want to hear, oh, I missed it, or oh, I was too scared, oh, I hesitated too much. Trade 1 micro. If you trade one micro and you start taking that practice, think about it this way. If you trade a micro and you continually take the same setup over and over and over, the amount of money that you can make or lose on that setup is simply dictated by the amount of quantity that you're using or the instrument that you're trading, whether it's micros or minis. And if you can repeat that process over time on micros, the only thing that changes is the P&L on your screen when you change it to a mini or use more contracts. And if you're distracted by your P&L, you're distracted by the bigger number on the screen, you can change your profit readout to be in ticks. Right? That seems fair. Pitch and catch here. Right now we're auctioning above the primer, so you'd like to see a failure below a new primer. So for instance, if it were to have trouble reclaiming 55 or so. But yeah, the market is in a downtrend. You're going to see this repeated pattern over and over and over. If you want to see the upside of it, you flip your chart on its head. I think it's Control-Alt-I to do that. But yeah, you'll see one of the things in Bookmap when you lead up to a point of liquidity like that, where you have this big stop run that looks like that, and then a challenge into the downside with a lot of offers left behind that are squeezing or pushing this lower. Only thing is with micros, it's easy to think on 2 micros as money every tick. I mean, again, you don't need to think. Just take the trade. Yeah, the Nanos are relaunching. They brought the Nanos out before, but the Nanos are relaunching. I showed you guys the billboard that they had in Times Square for the Nanos. You remember? I showed you that yesterday. Do you guys not remember that? Who was here for that? The billboard. The CME is running a billboard. No, it wasn't a really small billboard, but I showed it on stream yesterday. I guess if you guys missed it, I'll show it again. There it is. The Nano contracts. They had this in Times Square. The CME group bought this billboard right next to that beautiful Richard Mille watch. But shout out to the CME for taking care of our friends. It's awesome. Big shout out to the CME for doing that. They don't have to do things like that. It's nice to know that they're looking out for folks, They're looking out for people. So, good on the CME for doing that. Very cool. Nano will be 1/10 of a micro, so I believe I think they're doing 25 cents instead of 20 cents. Let me see. I should know the hell was that? Should have the data. Give me a second. Was it CME group Nano? I don't know. Let me ask. What is the nano worth in MSQ? So in the ES it's 50 cents a point. In the NASDAQ it's 20 cents a point. Okay, so I thought for some reason they were doing 25 cents a point in NASDAQ. Something crazy, but no. They're keeping it very same. So 1/10 of a micro, 1/100th of a mini is a nano. This is so much better than just full porting prop accounts. I love money. I don't know what to say. I love money, so I'm happy to hear that you folks do find value in these streams. That's really all that matters for me, is that if you're coming here and you're finding value in the streams, that makes me happy. Stop Run City says, Rips, your live play-by-play market narration is one of a kind. No one else out there doing it like you. It reminds me of the old school Ben Lichtenstein live squawk from the floor of the S&P pit back in the day. Nice. Yep, my goal is to, I mean, I've never claimed that I'm a good trader or perfect trader or anything really. I'm just a dude who loves to trade, who's been doing this now for almost 12 full years. And I try my best every single day. And on top of that, I'm trying my best to be as helpful as possible to the people who spend their time tuning in for this. So this right here, primer, and then this. That is your more valid pitch and catch than this, right? Targeting this low, this low, this low, and this low. That's your TP order. Like when you guys were asking me, this broke above this earlier, right? Primer, 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 right? You provide the most value out of all the day trading streamers. Yeah, the problem is that, I don't know. I do have sometimes I like to be silly and have fun, and sometimes I like to educate and be serious. I'm trying to find a healthy balance between the two that attracts the largest amount of audience for this stream. This is the best week of streaming that I've experienced since I started watching you. Super appreciative. Awesome. Tell your friends, get them in here. Let's grow the Rips Nation to be massive. Because my incentive to continue to do this is much higher when the audience participation is there. I want to be the #1 live streamer in the future space, in the trading space. The #1. Have you ever thought about starting a trading floor? No. What do you mean? I don't even know. I'm not sure I understand what your question is. What do you mean by that? A trading floor? I'm not even sure what you mean. What do you mean by starting a trading floor? I made 20. Oh, missed that one. Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Appreciate you. Rips is not like other online traders. Don't put him in that bucket. You ever talk to trades by Matt? Here and there. First day here, lost a lot over the years. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for being here. Do it on timer like interval trading. 5 minutes of teaching interrupted by 1 minute of silliness. That's funny. Today is my big win with your guidance. Give it up for Yasharf. Yashar, Florida, maybe? Kamarja says, I made 2,500 with you yesterday after the slippage. Nice. On the last PNC, you pointed out, where would you target TPs, that Asia Open? So this one right here, TP1 is here, TP2 is here, TP3, TP4. All right, and right now you've only, like, you should be heavily weighted on your TPs, where maybe this is 50% of your position, right? Right here. What is that? 870 to 850 is 20 handles. It's, you know, the gross majority of your trade, and then doop, and then 832 from 870 is 38 handles. So if you are realistic with your TPs rather than a lot of the problem that I see is something like this. If you are taking this type of trade, I don't know why you'd be short there, but maybe you're just a genius, you short it there, and then your only TP is targeting these lows. And after we've had, you know, something like this, it makes it awfully difficult to get there. Maybe it does, but I mean, you might have to have a stop that's above this area, you know? And that just seems like a terrible risk reward. Stops above prime or high makes a lot of sense for sure. Do you have a course where we can learn everything like liquidity, areas, exhaustions, etc.? Just watching my YouTube videos. Speaking of YouTube videos, the poker video is going to be going live in less than 1 hour. The latest poker vlog, I believe it's episode number 9. All right, Leslie, we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Ishar says FL is just my last name initials. Got it. Are you still thinking about releasing your course? I know you talked about it previously. When I do have time to do it, yes. Rips, are you back to trading your personal account? I do a mix, personal and props, but for the time being, it's just been a lot of personal accounts lately because there's been so much volatility. So trading that volatility has been paramount to my interests. I haven't seen any of the streamers go into depth of narrating their thought process. Yeah, I mean, that's just what I do, is I just talk through everything I'm seeing and thinking, and I don't know. I think that a lot of other streamers are either not order flow traders where the nuances don't really matter to them. You know, there's a lot of traders out there where they don't really care what happens in the nuances of things. I like to read order flow to kind of have a feel of what's going on. And it's important, especially if you're coming to areas of interest, right? So you come into an area of interest and I want to know what transactions were conducted there earlier. I want to see how the flow was around those areas of price. For instance, it's extremely challenging to hold this trade. You know, I was positioned before this trade short. And you can see, you know, obviously it's annoying, but making money isn't annoying. You have your stops in place. I had my stops above this high. So we were positioned stops here. On that trade, I think we closed for close to 40,000. I don't know, 27,000, 37,000. I don't like to think about the numbers. Think about the numbers, and what you're making on a trade is not how you make more money. Focusing on the process is how you make money. So something like this, while it's annoying, and especially when we had this sweep down and then we rejected it, this gave me confidence to continue holding. But the last thing I'm going to do is, like, you know, we get this flush down, it rejects. My stop was up here, 35. We get that flush down and I'm short. I'm now in the profit. I think I was in the profit about $7,000 or $8,000, maybe even $10,000. Actually, I think it was up like $11,000 or $12,000, something like that. I mean, scalper me wants to close it, but you know, the guy who wants to trade the trade is interested in the bigger flush down. So, for me personally, it sucks to hold through that, but that's part of being a trader. Sometimes you just have to be patient and wait, and your stops take care of themselves. I took 2 trades this morning. One was a long, and I got stopped out literally break even, and then one was a short, and I got stopped out literally break even. Those are the first 2 trades that I took today on a total size of 2 contracts. I was just testing the waters, because if we do have a strong breakout day, I can be positioned, and on pullbacks, I can add to it. I think I started my day, because I was flat before the open. I think I started my day after those 2 trades down $380, I think. I think that's where I started my day. Just kind of getting a feel for the market and testing the waters. If I'd used 20 contracts, it'd be down 3,800, and 200 contracts, it'd be down 38,000. But yeah, this is the type of area of price that's going to challenge a lot of traders out there, where you generally are going to be mentally tested and emotionally tested Where let's just say, even if let's say you're long from, down here and you're hoping for a breakout and your stops are here. It sucks when the trade doesn't go your way, but at least you had stops in place, because if you're holding without stops, let's just say that your entry was 75. Right here, 75. Comes up, goes down, comes up, and then it breaks. And now you're not holding a stop. Comes back up here. Maybe you're adding into it because you're like, okay, it swept the lows and now it's going or something. I don't know. Now you're in big trouble because you didn't have stops in place and now you're trading off of emotions. It doesn't make any sense. And in a lot of prop firms, you're not gonna be able, your prop firm account is gonna be cooked on that move. But if you have stops in place, somewhere around break even, you can move your stop to break even if we're starting to push on that. Move your stop to break even. No harm, no foul. You come down. Maybe there's a slight amount of slippage, but my stop being here made a lot of sense to me. And when we push down here, great trade. Fantastic. Scott says, this channel is so valuable. It's amazing what I've learned over the years, and especially because it's in real time. Right on, man. Yeah, I try to think every single day what I can be doing to provide more value or make the stream more attractive to people who are newer to trading, intermediate. I try to cover all bases. Like, clearly, if I'm talking about what is a candlestick and what a candlestick is, the difference between a green and a red candlestick, I'm clearly catering to the beginner trader. If I'm talking deep about liquidity, I'm catering to the advanced trader. I'm talking about really deep order flow, I'm talking to a niche of traders who are order flow traders. So I try to do all ranges for this stream, and I appreciate you guys that show up for this. And I hope to continue to do this, and as long as the channel continues its trajectory that we've seen this year, I will continue to do it. Yeah, I mean, I like to talk about things outside of trading too, but when the market's open, when the market is giving us these great moves, and again, I want to appeal to the most amount of people. So, are shorts still valid? It would appear so on a broader pitch and catch. If this is your primer up here and you're using this as your challenge area, this pop-up right here is quite nice to be short on. But you have to be realistic with your targets. You can't be willy-nilly with your targets and just like, oh, I hope that it breaks these lows on the day. Maybe it does, but you have to take profit at some point. Maybe your way of trading is putting a trade here with a micro and putting your stop up here, and you're looking for, all the way down yonder to trade. I don't know what your trading style is, but find something that you can backtest, find something that you can work with, find a process that you can repeat. No Fox says, Rips, thanks for the great week so far. Love the knowledge you drop. Been constantly learning, watching you. Nice. Happy to hear that. The S&Ps are still trying to make lows here. The S&Ps would have a big breakdown if we did auction below 77.60. We're trading 20 points above that right now. Rips, if you ever do a course, I'll buy it in the spot. No. I'm not interested in doing that. S&Ps are going for new lows of day here. Nvidia ended up being quite weak. Microsoft ended up selling off a little bit. We are potentially breaking down through 800s here. S&Ps are off a cliff, potentially into the 60 level now. You will have some orders that are picking up bids around 800s here. Take care, Birdseed. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. There is still a lot of overhead supply coming in on the S&Ps. This is the course. I'd like to think that every single day, every single lecture that we do is valuable. I'd like to think that your time isn't wasted by showing up and attending these lectures on a daily basis. Chase says, after how many years of trying not seeing profit would you stop trying? What are your thoughts on this? It took me about 3 years, but I was trading pretty much 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. I really, really wanted it to work, I was very adamant on having it work for me. So you can call it stupidity or whatever. S&Ps are still drooping lower here. Looks like they're really gunning for that lower price. And it looks like 800s want to be challenged here in the NASDAQ. A lot of liquidity below 800s. There is an offer above. Yeah, they are actively pushing down price here. That 100 lot just got taken on the offer. So 77.60 would be a big area of indecision in the S&Ps if it does make it down there. You can see right now they're just pushing this lower. There you go. There's that big flush. 77.60. That's a velocity logic event now on the S&Ps there. Wow. What a move. Called that 20 points ago. Crazy to see, right? In real time. So as I said 20 points before it happened, 77.60 is a huge, huge point of contention, and that's exactly what we ripped into. How about that? So back into that 800 area in the NAS, you can imagine how much liquidity got exchanged there. We almost moved exactly down to that 761 area of price that we drew on our charts, which was those lows. The S&Ps made a dramatic move through that 760 area of price. Velocity logic, was that what happened when you crashed the silver market last year? It was the gold market, but yes. That was a velocity logic event there on the S&Ps. Very crazy to see. 11.18.08 to 11.18.13, so 5-second velocity logic in the S&Ps. Wild to see that, huh? Super wild. And buyers recovering almost instantly. So I feel like they wanted to liquidate somebody in that move. That's what it feels like. Felt like somebody got, I mean, that was 4,000 contracts in the S&Ps. Somebody got smoked, completely liquidated. Absolutely smoked. It's crazy to see. Just had my final TP set at 764.50 and it hit nice. Crazy. Love to see that. Oh. Which one? That's funny. 764 in the S&Ps or the NAS. They're both trading the same. Yeah, somebody got destroyed on that move. 100%. And we're 80 points above where it flushed to already. Insane recovery. Meta's still on the way down. How do you know it's 4,000 contracts? Time and sales, baby. Time and sales. That is the missing piece that you're looking for. The time and sales. So we're coming up to the depths of this volume shelf at, what is this? 850, 848 right now. Buyers are in control after that big flush to the downside. I do not have it filtered. I don't run a filter on my time and sales. I'm not that guy. So pushing up now to 850. This is that prior area of liquidity. S&Ps are still showing some weakness here. Nvidia is pushing up towards the VWAP. We're trading at 775 halves in the S&P futures right now. So see if it pushes up into that 50 area of price at all. No, I don't filter any of my contract sizing on the time and sales. Never will. I think Rhythmic generally includes MBO. I'm not sure about that. I think you have to buy it. Yeah, I don't think that it does. No, 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 no. 7780 is the bigger line in the sand in the S&Ps. See if it wants to auction back below 820s here. Could get speedy below this, but we already did touch 850. Watching 820s now for a potential correction. $820s look to be holding here. Big drive higher up to 850s. Watching to see if it breaks back below 830s at all. And then potentially snapping through those 820s, because that was the prior area of contention. Going down to the wayside here, watching for 810s to trade. Beautiful move. Taking that off there. Nice. Nice little PNC. Beautiful, beautiful. Didn't take any trades until that PNC. But yeah, generally a nice move. Hey, and look, it's a RIPS reversal. Using our challenge line of 848, 850, getting in, getting out. 40 points. How many people took that trade alongside me? Drop a W in chat if that was you. Anybody have any questions about the last trade that I took? Remember, the longer that we hold in an area of price, the more likely it is that we'll find a reversal or a challenge, a wick up higher before it moves lower. And if we're talking about longs, a wick lower before it moves higher. Trading 10 accounts separately is crazy, but I hate copy trading. Hourly volume profile is a godsend for this opportunity to 5 to 7 trades per session so far. Can you show on a candlestick chart the prime for that PNC? Of course. Great question. What makes it very easy to show is that we have, if we zoom in, the point of control moves right there. Now this is on the 1 minute. but anything in this zone is your primer. Your stop should be somewhere above that wick. But anywhere in that zone is above that. The true primer is the high of that candle, which is 846. I cheated it a little bit to 848 because I was looking at these bodies. So let's just say that we look here at the average of those bodies. Look at that, 848 quarters. That's where that number was derived from. Does that make sense, TJ? And why do we cover? Why do we cover? Because we want to give you the RIPS reversal. That's why we cover. That's what it is. What's funny is that we almost go exactly back into that zone, thus creating the next PNC, which is the top of this body. Look at that. Almost perfectly. So if you missed that one, say you got it from this midpoint down to 810, 30 points, you catch this one, you're good for 35 points. The market produces opportunities if you know in which corner to look for them. Why did you cover all at 810s? Because I'm taking a scalp. And let me be very clear. The way that I trade and the way that anybody trades is always going to be different. What I've found in my own personal level of success throughout the years of being a consistently profitable trader is that the simple idea of this: the less exposure that I have via time in the market, mathematically speaking, the less time that I need to be correct. Do you understand? If my exposure into the market is limited by time, then my failure rate is thus limited by time. So my probabilities of being correct increase. If I expose myself with more time in the market, my probabilities of being incorrect increase. There's no shame in taking profit. There's no shame in taking partials. But when I'm looking for a very specific move and we start to settle, which is what we did like right at 810, right? When we're settling here, that's my outs. Because if we're gonna break through that and start challenging down here, we're gonna see that in the order flow. And this is why I fashion myself as an order flow trader. Now, what did that look like in order flow? Look at this. Right here. That's what it looked like. It came down and it challenged that area and it shot up. And then it holds that area of price. Now I can either be setting up for my next trade or I can be satisfied with the trade that I took and take myself out of the market, bring my cortisol down, my mental baseline back to zero, right? But on scalps, you limit your profits too. Not if you're targeting fast moving areas of price. That's not true. Right? And I can show you. If we're looking at shorts and our stops are above that wick, let's just bring it to the box and our target is there. That is a 3-to-1 trade, my friend. So no. I'm not limiting anything. I just need to increase the amount of size that I'm taking. Because then my risk dollar-wise would go up, right? Increase quantity, lower targets. It's all math. It's all math. Now imagine, had I been holding and hoping, holy Nikes, I'm completely booty blasted. Let's just say this was my target down here. The market says, sorry, you. Oh my God, the bleeps are on. I hate them. I hate that. Goal is to keep my monthly spend low until I understand better. Good. I get the time aspect, but when do you decide to hold on a longer period of time, like the first short? Because if you are trailing your stop behind your trade, listen, time matters. And this comes from me starting as a TPO trader, not starting, but becoming a TPO trader. I highly recommend 2 books if you want to get bored out of your mind, but maybe become better at understanding the auction. Those 2 books are, get out your pen and paper, Mind Over Markets, Markets in Profile. These 2 books will open up your eyes to periods of time and when the auction is conducted. You have to understand that there is a very important piece of trading that comes from not only sessions, but time within those sessions. Listen to what I'm saying. There is time within the session that matters. For instance, when I'm holding short from this trade, right? My average is here. We are likely to have a bigger target range above here or below here. We're literally in the dead middle of that idea. When you come into a chop zone like this and the market is indecisive, we're still in a downtrend, of course. The market is going down, but the market is going to be much more consolidated as it's going down. To think that the market will go up from here, guaranteed because it negated this down here, is ridiculous. It could simply be finding orders to exchange liquidity back up to this zone, only to fall back down. I'd rather be positioned here and see failure in the auction to position back down than be short here and add as it's pushing up. Add. Does that make sense? I'm hoping that this is clicking for you, a lot of you guys, because this is the inside of my mind, and this is what I focus on when I'm trading. This is exactly what I think about. This is exactly how I trade. This is exactly why I'm consistently profitable, is because I'm thinking about these things all of the time. And look at that. We had a nice draw up here. And if your patience level is waiting for these draws, waiting for the market to top out, because we had what is pretty clearly a stop run right here, you can be taking that. 55 down to 12 is 43 points. Adding more near stop loss. We talked about that little trick that people don't really understand. You can add heavily close to your stop loss. You can add heavily close to your stop loss. You really aren't risking that much more per trade. But mind over markets and markets in profile are going to be extremely difficult to read in the sense of, I'm a speed reader. I've always been a speed reader. It's the way that I read. If I'm reading fiction, I can get through it very quickly. If I'm reading something instructional, you know, when I was younger, I used to read books on writing code, C++, C#, Java, JavaScript. When I would read those books, they take a little bit more time. You can't exactly speed through them, especially when you're learning how to concoct your first function. It's hard to speed read through such a thing. I'd say that's about the same experience you're going to have with reading Mind Over Markets and Markets in Profile. These are not going to be quick reads. These are going to be things that take time. So if you're expecting to get through these books very quickly, sorry to say that it's very unlikely. Extremely unlikely that you will get through these pages very quickly. But the value that you'll find in those pages that will try and challenge your current ideology on understanding how the auction functions, I think will be greatly valuable to your trading. Please don't try Audible with those books. I'm thinking that Audible is probably the worst option for those books. There are charts and graphs that you will need to actually read and see. So, Killshot says, I'm reading Mind Over Markets right now, and you're right. I'm a slow reader, and that one is taking a long time for me. It is. Because it's difficult material. It is not a simple comprehension. It is a lot of times that you're going to have the thought process of you're reading it, and you think you understand it, and then you get to the bottom of a paragraph, and you say, hold the phone, what? What happened? I passed out, but I'm still awake. What? And then you'll go back to the top of the page and you'll reread it and you'll be like, I don't remember reading any of this. What? It's not the most easy to understand stuff. But I will tell you, it genuinely will be eye-opening to you. A lot of the things that you will see in these books will help your comprehension of understanding more of the market. Now, again, I think there's still a lot of people, like we have 1,700 people. We had about 3,000 at our peak today. We got 1,800, less than 2,000 people in here. A lot of you folks that are still in this stream, you folks, I believe, are the ones who really want this to work. Now, there's probably some people that are in here that are still kind of like, you know, iffy on things. I don't know if I want to be a trader. I do this for fun. I'm a hobbyist. I sports bet. I buy props. I do this. I do that. I just like a little bit of action. But I do believe that there are people that are watching this stream right now who truly, truly want to be great at this. Did I just... Okay. Awesome. That's great. Bookmap, thank you. There you go, you dingus. There we go. But yeah, I truly believe that there are lots of you folks that are watching that want to be great at this. And that's awesome. But you have to remember, if you were fixing to be a brain surgeon, you think you could just fall backwards into this? You have to read books. You have to watch streams from people who know what they're doing. You have to pay attention. And on those days where you're not in the pocket, you have to be really using those days to your advantage. Where did I mess up? What could I have seen in the market today that would have brought me into the correct trade? What could I have seen that would have kept me out of the trade that I took that was bad? If you are not actively giving yourselves these types of reviews and these types of personal checkups on a daily basis or weekly basis, that's very lazy. Do you really expect that you're going to find success in a game that is 95% failures? My paycheck every single year when I'm trading comes from people that are losing against me. Most of the time, it's big banks that are offsides that are puking their positions to me. Or I'm puking my position to them. I'm selling short and then buying at their much lower prices when they're finally selling it to me. But I'm winning because others are losing. If everybody was winning in the market, markets would go nowhere. There must be a loser to every winning trade. You're gonna lose for a while, and that's okay. It's okay to lose. I lose often. It's okay. How you handle yourself around those losses is really what makes the traders who make this work versus the ones who don't. For instance, very popular trader, amongst my circle of friends, very popular trader, his name is Stephen Dux. Stephen Dux was trading a $70 million book last year. He's an independent trader, all self-funded. His book is 70 million. Last year, he was down $28 million. 40%. This is somebody who's a very good trader, and they were down $28 million. You really think that you're going to be the one person that has the God-given skill to do this and not lose somehow? Huh? Excuse me? I lost $200,000 on my worst day last year. It's not fun. That's a decent car. That's a down payment on a house. You will lose. How you handle yourself around those losses is everything in this game. Everything. So if you found yourself losing today and you're not willing to give yourself a review, a checkup, whatever you want to call it, you will not succeed as a day trader. And I'm saying this because I care about you. If you are taking a losing day, closing down the stream and closing out your trading platform, buying a reset before you're done for the day, and coming back the next day and bringing nothing from that losing experience into the next day, you will not make it as a trader. And here's a tough pill for a lot of you to swallow, and I hope it's not a vast majority of people in here. If you're not willing to put in the work on a losing day, and you're only willing to celebrate your winning days and feel all nice and fuzzy about the winning days, you will not make it as a trader. Another professional trader who we used to follow each other on Twitter, but he trades equities. He's so autistic. He reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, Rips, I just want to let you know I'm about to unfollow you because you don't trade equities anymore." I was like, "Oh, okay." Very cute. He was like, "I just don't want you to think like like we're not friends." I forget what he said. It was really, really cute. And I was like, "Okay, man, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I don't mind." He recently lost $800,000 because he was trying to catch the bounce from Leopold getting liquidated. He was watching the movie The Odyssey and trading from his phone. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I've been guilty of this too. It doesn't feel good, but I have no shame in admitting it. He was adjusting his positions while trying to watch a movie, and he tried the trade off the lows, or what he thought was the lows, I think 8 different times. In totality, he lost $800,000 before he tapped out. And what do you think happened the moment that he tapped out? And this guy's been trading for 14 years, 15 years. He tried the trade 8 separate times. Tapped out. What do you think happened? Well, you know what happened. You already know what happened because you watched the NASDAQ. Nope, that's the wrong one. Here we go. Trying the trade here, trying the trade here, trying the trade here, trying the trade here, and then tapping out here, essentially, right? This is not the chart that he traded. This is the NASDAQ, but essentially that. Tapping out here. If you don't think that this will happen to you in your trading career, sorry, you're wrong. It will. These are professional traders that this is happening to. Just told you, $28 million down and then tapping out right before. And by the way, on one trade, he was trading, I think, 4 different things. On one of the things that he would traded with the size that he was trading, if he had just cut it on the first day, he would be up $1.5 million on just one of the 4 things he was trading. He would have been up $1.5 million. That is almost double what he was down. And that was just one of the things he was trading. So if he had continued trading all 4, he'd probably be up 3 or 4 million. So trading is brutal. Trading is difficult. Trading is not easy. Look at that nice roll. Same area of liquidity, same zone, same point of control. Look at that. Nice roll. Can we catch that? As a noob, non-multi-million dollar trader, I prefer to wait for a reclaim. Nothing wrong with that. TJ says, appreciate all the knowledge today. Got to run celebrating my 21st. Oh, congratulations. Hey, congratulations to you and your wife. That's awesome. Give it up for TJ. 21 years with your best friend. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. Enjoy yourself. That is the best part of life, right there. Not money, not trading, not success. Finding somebody that you truly love and spending your life with them. That's what it's all about. Cam Dingo, see you later, buddy. I'm going to go back and clip that and let my wife hear it. Thanks. Awesome. I mean, it's just facts. I feel bad for the people who haven't found their person, because there's people that go their whole lives without finding their person. I have a lot of my friends, and I won't name names, but I have a lot of my friends who are either in toxic relationships or quite unhappy with their partner. I feel bad for them, because I truly and firmly believe that I found my absolute end-all, be-all best friend, favorite person in the world to spend my life with. And I feel bad for the people who go their lives without finding that person. It's sad. Daniel Murray, married over 20 years. You know what I'm talking about. Rips, can you tell us pros and cons of using cumulative volume delta? Listen, anything in the way of indicators, anything in the way of data. I don't ever, not ever look at a singular data point and say, that's it for me. I don't look at VIX and say, VIX is elevated, we must go down today. I don't look at Amazon crashing and say, well, we're going to go down because Amazon's down. You can have the whole market going down, and then you can have Microsoft creating a record day. You can have NVIDIA creating a record day, which literally happened in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, however long ago that was. Anything can happen. It's silly to think that one singular data point can dictate exactly what's going to happen. I like to use as many data points as I can to drive my trades. I am not a fan of focusing on singular data points. These days, do you ever have big fights with your wife? No. I mean, what is there to fight about? What are we? I've retired my wife. Her days are filled with happiness and joy and freedom. I thought you were a big ICT guy? Huh? We could do better jokes than that, JT. Dig deep. Not my job to know why the market be doing what it's doing. Job is to fill signals. There you go. That's a great way to look at it. When are you going to breed, Ribs? I don't know. You know, I built a house that was built for breeding in Utah, and then I sold it. I never even stepped foot in it. It's so ridiculous. Dude, it's to the point where I actually even, like, my wife will bring that up in conversation with other people. I'll be like, oh my God, I completely forgot about that. Built a mansion. Never went there. Never stepped foot in the state. Still haven't. It was a massive home in Utah. I mean, they build homes for breeders out there. They really do. Human breeding. And great to see you back. Focus, Rips. Thank you. Marbob6. Bro casually forgets he owns mansions. Well, it's just that I mean, literally, I'd never seen it in person. I had, they make these construction security cameras that you can use. Wow, market is seriously rolling now. They make these construction cameras that you can use that you can monitor. I forget what the company name is. I can't recall, but yeah. 7760 is threatening to trade here, by the way. And go back to Bookmap. We foreclosed on the house 7 months ago. I'm sorry to hear that. You're from Utah? Yeah, I was building this place in St. George at the Ridges or something like that. I've been trading for 28 years. I'm still not as good as I'd like to be. Market and trading has changed, and you always got to be growing to be a better trader and also adapt. Yes, adaptation is key to being a successful trader. A lot of people get very comfortable in their strategies or the way that they trade, and they get completely clapped because they don't adapt with the way the market moves. For instance, the Biden market was different than the Trump market the first time, and this Trump market is different from the very first Trump market, and it's all very different. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. It's all okay. 7760 looks like it's wanting to get tagged in the S&Ps still. We have 761 quarters to the downside in the NAS that can get swept on this push down. There's going to be buyers that are filling shorts down here. But 7760 is that low that you're looking for. You can see there that was 168 contracts that were bought into that were like a brick wall. So clearly somebody's trying to position themselves. Lapsy says, I'm a young guy but can't wait to be a father. Have to lock in for my future offspring. There you go. Nice. When I started, you had to refresh Netscape Navigator on E-Trade to get new real-time quotes, which were in fractions, and a trade was 30 bucks. I do remember E-Trade, man. Way back in the day, that was like one of the first online brokerages. And I do remember refreshing in quotes. Do you remember the old Palm Pilots that used to deliver those quotes from E-Trade? If you had a connected Palm Pilot, I forget which bandwidth they ran on. It certainly wasn't Wi-Fi because it didn't exist at the time, but Palm Pilots, man. Those were the shit. So the market is having a little bit of trouble reclaiming 800 in this time and place. There it goes straight back down. Puking those lows. I still think 7760 is likely to trade in the S&Ps. We auction back up to 797. You can see there is a big bidder there that's looking to get filled with an iceberg. That was an iceberg in real time. That's what that looks like. But still a massive, massive amount of sellers here looking to sweep these lows. Need to push back up to 850. That is a lofty target. Nothing wrong with that though. Lofty targets are perfectly fine. I would expect a bounce if we hit 7760. And if we hit 761 quarters, potentially a bounce there as well. It's pushing down into it. That 7760 area in the S&Ps is a big area. A massive area. We already saw how it created a velocity logic event. Hey man, if you had to drop 1K on something and forget about it for 10 years, what would that be? I know there's no such thing, but you had to. Spy. Wait, where did my chat go, by the way? Where's my chat? What's going on with my chat? Oh, there it went. It's back. That like broke chat. The super chat broke chat. 7760 is trying to trade here. It wouldn't be BTC. It would just be SPYs or triple Qs. Probably triple Qs, the tech heavy index. But the SPY is just the same. VTI, VOO, triple Qs, or the SPY. But that's not financial advice. There's that flush. As planned. We just did take out those lows. 7760 did indeed trade. Anybody catch that? Nice. Find your person, but don't marry. Why not? Why wouldn't you want to commit your love to somebody like that? Why wouldn't you want to make a commitment that that is your person for the rest of your life? Till death do you part. I'm curious why you don't see value in that. Yeah, down here gets very, very speedy, of course. There you go. A lot of speed down here. Now fading through the 20s. A lot of speed. Bouncing before 77.50. It might auction back up to 750 first. 7750 has not traded yet. There are some bidders that are stepping in, and the auction is finding some bidders currently. See if it breaks back down below 77.30 at all. It is trying to roll here. 77.30 is the line in the sand. You can see here some overhead supply being swept. Back up to 77.50. This feels like Christmas music. Seeing if anybody wants to sweep these lower bids. Some displacement here back at those 50s. Yeah, it might move all the way back up at 790 at this rate. Watching at these 50s. Seeing what the market wants to do. Forcefully selling through those 50s. Does it have continuation though? That's the big part to watch. S&Ps are auctioning slightly lower here. See if it wants to make its way below these 40s and start to roll here. A big bidder there at 40s. I don't think it's enough though. Big fight here at 40s now. '40s seem to be the new line in the sand. Seeing if it wants to break back below that 40 level again. Right now it is holding, the push is higher, but if it does get a drop in the S&Ps, I think we crack those 40s and we go much lower. So let's see. There's your 40 level again. Not snapping just yet. It's trying. They need to find sellers through those 40s. Can it go? Can it cut low? Not yet. Not yet, not yet. It's not ready yet. Google DeepMind something stepping down. Let's see if we can break these 40s with strength. I want to see giga strength. Mega strength to the downside here. See if we have that flush below those 40s. It's just holding 40s and holding 40s. I want to see mega strength through that flush. Show me potato salad through that flush. Starting to go. Can we break through 25s? It's really starting to unwind now. I want to see that breaking through that 25 level of price. Really starting to unwind and beautiful. Whee! Nice connection there. Well, that was fun. That was an elongated pitch and catch. So setting up my orders. Remember, somebody's asking about candlesticks. Setting my orders above those 750 wicks. Getting that flush down to 710. Beautiful. The market continues to print opportunities for those who are patient. My wife laughed because she finally heard where I got the potato salad reference from. Not a ripsy reversal again. How dare you, market? Stop spitting in our faces. Now, where do we find that level for the PNC? Does anybody remember? We drew it. Alphabet. Google is getting spanked. Let's look at the chart. Mein Gott. That's German. It means my goodness. Oh no, Google. How dare you make it so easy for us to short? Knock it off, Google. How dare you? Google's chief scientist is leaving the company, which is why we're seeing a mega dump. Do. Squid-a-do-do-do. He's starting his own company. He's been there for 27 years. My God. Urkaza says, unfortunately, today was my last day training. Got a job and leaving abroad on Saturday. Will you still show up and watch the streams and hang out with us? That would make me big happy if you did. Can you commit to that? Do you promise to hang out with us? Say yes. Google 0-day puts up 650%. Wowzers. Unfortunately, the working hours are long, so, well... Fungi. Can you use range bars instead of 1-minute candlesticks? For what? You can do anything you want. You are a free-willed thinking human. You can actually do anything you want, contrary to popular belief. You are a free soul to do whatever you wish. The Ripsy reversal, not again. Covered the dead bottom. No. How does he do it? Truly, how? That's scary. That's scary. How? 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 Now, brown cow. Arab sources report a missile attack on Bahrain. Interesting. Oh, the vlog. Shit, the vlog is live. Oh my God, what are we doing in this channel? We should be watching the vlog. Fuck. Sorry, French. Oh my God, the vlog is live. There's only 7 people watching. Go watch. Leave a comment. Thumbs up. Quick. Please. Give it a thumbs up. We need all of this. Should I end my stream? By the way, another PNC there to the downside using the same 61 quarters. Smash the thumbs up. Leave a comment. Ripsy, do you have any funded seat codes lying around doing nothing for a guy to try them out? I do. Code RIPS gets you 50% off any Ultra account right now. Run, don't walk to your nearest funded seat website. Select Ultra. On the checkout page, put in code RIPS. Top right of your screen right now. Best prop from deals, use code RIPS. That is exactly what you want. If you do that, guess what? You get 50% off, baby. Run, don't walk. Hey, there's Funded Seat in chat. What's up, baby? Rips might have some accounts to give away this week. It's up to him. It is truly up to me. I just might. Your YouTube link isn't working. Yeah, it is. I just clicked it. I literally just clicked it. We need more thumbs up. What is going on? We only have 4. Oh, now we have 32. Okay, my bad. We're playing Deuce or 7 triple draw. It's amazing. What a fun game. Google CEO leaving company to start his own AI company. I don't think it's the CEO, dude. It's the DeepMind CEO. Google DeepMind, not Sundar Pichai or whatever French's name is. Done for the day. Thanks, Ribs. It's been the most educational, also funniest stream I've ever watched with you. See you tomorrow at level time. And thanks again for your time. Thanks for being here, buddy. Oh, 6-7 joke. How funny. This guy's losing his mind. You like that, Broccoli? This guy's losing his mind over it. Look at him. Got him. Oh, man, so good. Dude, Google is getting schmeckled right now. Google is getting schmacked. We are so comfortably below 70, 76C now. Dude, what is going on with the back of my hair? I look like I've been in a wind tunnel. What is that? What is going on? This guy is so funny. It's hilarious. Hey, there I am. Bro, I like literally woke up in a wind tunnel. My God. There's a Deuce or 7 triple draw and low ball draw. It's the same game. Deuce or 7 low ball triple draw. That's the game. That's the name of the game. Make sure you are subbed to the stream or to the YouTube channel, by the way. There's ace through 5 single draw, no limit. There's deuce through 7 triple draw. There's Badoogie. There's so many different draw games out there. Man, I miss the summer already. I miss playing poker. So much fun. River Olson, I think you just click the sub button if you want to sub. I only play No Limit and PLO. Yeah, these were, you know, Deuce through 7 triple draw was going to be the main event game. Oh my God, Google is just getting freaking clapped. Imagine if NVIDIA was getting clapped as hard as Google was. It'd be so sick. It'd be so dope. Or Meta or Microsoft. It would just be so insane because you just stay net short and you'd just be a genius today. Just get clapped. Ah, look at that gut punch. Uppercut. Bang. Roof down on the drive. Probably. No, I only take the Bentley when I was driving with my camera guy. Rips, if I just started trading 2 months ago, here have invested approximately 20K into evals and am not break even with payouts, is that good? I mean, if 20K is not a lot of money to you, which it seems like it's not because you're spending 10K a month, I don't know, man. Or woman. Have you used Funded Futures Network? I have not. That red-headed guy is a really good Deuce or 7 triple draw player, by the way. He's probably one of the best in the world. Well, he's up there. He's a very good player. Him, that guy. That would be crazy if he wins the main event at 22. You're talking about Jumalon? I can't wait to watch tonight. Heads up play. Rips, have you ever seen Market Pulse on Bookmap? Yes, I don't use it. Market is trying to take out 700s now. Dropping it low. 72 contracts about to get filled. 74 now. It's going to be more than 74, but... Isn't it crazy that the market can give up 300 points just like that? Rivers, can you tell the Lucid folks to bring back the 50% off? Right now it's 40% off. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Do footprint charts have any value for you? I used to trade on footprints. I used to trade on them. Would you agree Phil Ivey is the GOAT? Yeah. When I use code RIPS, it's only showing 30% off. It's 2 uses, I think, of 40% off. Let me see. I think it's 2 uses, and then it goes back down to 40%. So your first 2 uses are 30%. So your first 2 usages, or it's first 5. So hopefully you use it for the first 5 or whatever. Let me see. Tradeify is 40% off. Lucid is, I think, 40% off. Pretty sure. Have I used Blue Sky? I haven't. But I talked with Blue Guardian recently. I don't know how you guys feel about Blue Guardian. Has anybody traded on Blue Guardian? Funded Next, I've also been in talks with as well. Has anybody traded on Funded Next? I want to only push prop firms that you guys use and enjoy and have a good experience with. Funded Next is goated. Okay, that's coming from Nigel. Shout out to Nigel in chat. What's up, baby? This guy looks like he's about ready to go diving, by the way. I'm watching the vlogs right now. Like, this guy right here looks like he wants to go diving. Doesn't he? He looks like he's ready to go, like, hang with Shamu. And this guy looks just like James Woods. And what's so funny is that James Woods sat right here next to this guy, and this guy isn't James Woods. And when I checked the seating arrangement, it said James Woods, and I was like, wait, that was James Woods? That's not him, but James Woods ended up sitting next to him. That guy's going diving with Shamu or something. Crazy, huh? You got 4 $4,000 payouts from Funded Next. That sounds pretty good. That's James Forrest. It could be. So, what was your experience with Funded Next, Nigel? Since you're in here, I can ask you the hard-hitting questions. What was your experience with Funded Next? Fun fact, I played at a table with James Woods at Foxwoods in an 08 tourney. That sounds about right. He plays a lot of poker. A lot of liquidity below 29,700, sure. But just because there's a lot of liquidity doesn't mean we will tag it. We're currently rallying off the lows as Google is bouncing here. The new 15-minute bar is green that started a minute and 20 seconds ago. Take care, Daniel. Hope to see you tomorrow. By the way, that's like a 60-point rally off the lows there. Look at that. Funded Next paid me out 6 figs, 0 issues, great experience. Accounts are nice too. What's your favorite account to trade with them? Yeah, I've been seriously thinking about bringing on Funded Next if people have had a good experience. You having a good experience means a lot. So I like that. I like hearing that, you know? Dane Trader says, was a saucy stream. Rips, love it. See you tomorrow. Hopefully we see everybody tomorrow. Hopefully we can get to 5,000 people watching tomorrow. Today we got, I think, 3,000. I don't remember. I didn't really look. I was too locked in on the market. Have not passed an eval yet. I'm gonna keep going, though, putting in the work until I can pass an eval and get funded. That is good news. Excellent news. Awesome to hear. I was trading both accounts, which they discontinued. Going to pick up some flex soon. So what are the best accounts to trade over there? Like, what would be the best accounts to recommend? You know, we'll do some giveaways tomorrow too, because we haven't done giveaways in a while, but we'll do some giveaways. We've just been so focused on the markets. That's the problem, is that we've been so locked in and focused with the markets that we haven't had any time to goof off and have silliness and do giveaways and all that. So, Ribs, which plan on Bookmap should I get? Which data should I buy also? Rhythmic data and Bookmap Global. If you use the coupon link that I'm posting in chat, it's 20% off. Let me see. Bookmap. I'd rather have you this focused than giveaways. It's helped me a lot. Yeah, I agree. But it's also important to have some fun too. 761, the challenge area holding right now. Looks like the market is probably trying to auction lower here, but equities are sort of holding. Google is holding at the midpoint of where it was trading on Monday. So. Funded seat is great. Funded seat is fantastic. I got paid out funded seat like 4 days back to back to back to back to back. So daily payouts are goated. Funded seat ultra accounts are the ones that I've been meaning to trade, but obviously, I mean, you can't fault me for taking the trades that I've been taking on stream. You've seen them. 40,000 here, 30,000 here, 80,000 here, 70,000 here. It's very hard for me to say, I'm gonna do the prop thing so I can pass my evaluation, not have 30 grand extra in my account, or 70 or 80. So, do I ever buy direct to funded? I have 5 Lightning funded accounts right now. Seriously. Look at my Lightning funded accounts are $17.91 in the profit. My personal daily profit goal is $18.50 on these. So I am, oh yeah, and these are direct to funded, so there's no evaluation stage. So yeah, these are I can make money on these if I wanted to. I guess I could trade in props, but I don't know. If I was gonna take a trade, why wouldn't I just take it in my cash account, you know? Right now, when the market is so volatile. Look at a trade Lucid Direct instead of evals. Those are, I believe, 40% off if you use code RIPS. Pretty sure. %20 consistency in the Lightning funded accounts, yes. But, you know, once you get through that, you get paid. 5 days of profit, you get paid. If it's all 5 days of profit and you don't have any drawdown. So. Rips, how come we don't see your account balance at the bottom of the screen running when you're in a trade? There's no way for me to share that from TradingView because it's not in a fixed position, right? Like this is in a fixed position. This is never going to move from where this is. In TradingView, there's no fixed position, right? I'm moving my chart and the P&L is like this little tiny box that is moving wherever I'm moving on the chart. There's no fixed P&L that I can like screen share. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? Just failed my first eval. What was it? Did you get Squozen in this? Guessing you were Squozen. I mean, I did say Google is printing on the first 15-minute bar. Whoops, that's not the correct ticker. Come on, there we go. This is, you know, I know on the screen. Here we go. No, the wrong screen. There we go. That. You see? This is the recovery on Google. It's up 2% already from the lows. This was causing the roll. This is causing the bounce. Be cognizant of what is causing things in the market. Don't just blindly click buttons. I think we're pushing up into that next zone. We had to blow off top where all of these stops are placed right here. Right right? We run into that big area of liquidity now. Why are you frozen, Bitmap? Stop. Yeah, 791. So it couldn't reclaim. 797 is the area that it's looking to reclaim. Does your type of trading work at any time of the day whenever you may be on the planet? Yes. I have so many different setups in my arsenal that I can trade in any moment, in any session. Will there be a trade for me to take? Maybe, maybe not. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. It's not up to me. I don't control the movement of the market unless I'm trading during Globex and taking all the size, right? What technique you recommend for one that is failing and losing hope? Sizing down and trading micros. It's very hard to hurt yourself if you're trading micros. What size of displays do you use in your trading setup? I'm surprised you haven't seen it, Moises. Let me post my trading setup on my Instagram. Shocked that you haven't seen it. You've been here for a long time. Shocking to me that you haven't seen it. There you go. The bottom screen is a 57 inch. The top screen is a 49 inch. Look at that 797 rejection. What an insane rejection off of that 797. Look at that. Beautiful. Wow. 30 handles. I was posted up with FaZe Banks. That was 2 days ago. Yep. Nobody watches my Instagram stories. I'll never understand it. I spend a lot of time making cool stories and it's only like 5,000 people watch each story and I have 70-something thousand followers. I only get like 5,000 views per story. It's weird. Very strange. I don't get it. I have how many followers on Instagram? I have 71,800 followers and I get only 5,000 story views. Very weird. FaZe Banks was very cool. He's awesome. Great guy. Very good person. And so concludes the WSOP vlog. That was a good one. That was fun. Awesome. Good times. Do you add music to the stories? I do. You would know that if you watch them, you fraud. See what I'm saying? You're in here watching me on the stream. You don't watch my stories. There's some type of disconnect. I don't get it. I don't understand. I'll never understand. Crazy, you have 200K on YouTube and has 1.2 and say he had a good day because he made money on fire. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I've been trying this year to really level up the social media game. Hopefully you can see that. I'll never know. Bro has a flat screen TV for a monitor. That's two monitors. That's two. That's two of them, baby. Google is still bouncing here. So that's why we're seeing this move. And YouTube is not loading for me for some reason. Nice push up here. Wow. Wouldn't that be crazy if we traded all the way up to 30,000 from here and just squoze all of the people who didn't cover short? Oh my God. Bro, I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but it is not loading for me. I'm trying to like see the vlog and shit, and it's just, yeah, weird. Ribs, what would you say is your typical win rate and risk reward? I don't really, I don't have access to that data, and I'm not willing to put it in one of these sites that's going to steal all of my trading data and farm it. And I don't really care to hit up Claude and make a trading journal, but I had like 7 losing days last year, something like that. My win rate is pretty high. As far as days go, obviously I have losing trades. Sometimes I would be pretty red on the day, you know, 20, 30,000, and then end up the day up 10,000 or whatever the case. But I took 2 break-even / losing trades this morning that were 2 contracts each that were just kind of feelers. Chrome thinks if you're using, no, this is, oh, there it goes, it loaded. Firefox on this one, actually, so I don't know. Very, very strange. I don't understand. See if it wants to load now. There we go. Now it's loading. Cool. I've been vibe coding my own thing for the past 2 months. Nice. Yeah, I don't really want to get lost in the weeds for my stats, and I don't know, I've done well without it. I used to journal a lot of my equity trades, and I'd find myself getting really obsessed with a lot of that data. I just don't think I need it anymore. Like really, really getting deep into all that data is not as important to me as it once was. Do you monitor GEX levels? Sometimes. Yes. Sometimes. Look at this rip off the lows. How many points is that? Jeez. 132 points. Wow. Likely target's 848 quarters. 12 points from here. Do you find that there is more edge trading equities than futures? I was actually talking to my wife about this. I am happier to trade futures instead of stock picking, although, dude, why did this not work? Google's is all sorts of mess. Dude, that guy left the company and this is just crap now. What the heck? This is ridiculous. I don't understand. Their stuff is so messed up right now. It's like nothing is working in YouTube, the YouTube panel right now. This is crazy. Ridiculous. I don't understand. Try this. Yeah, the new RIPS episode came out. The new vlog came out. I think we start the main event vlogs very, very soon, very shortly here. I do appreciate any of you that are watching any of the and commenting. Commenting is very important. It does help the algorithm a lot. Which headphones I'm using? These are the Audio-Technica M50X. Audio-Technica M50X. Dang, this would have been really, really sweet. I didn't take any trades, obviously, but this would have been so sick if it would have made it back up to this zone again. I mean, technically it did. It made it to the bottom of the zone. Oh, man. I should have extended the box. That would have been a sweet little trade there. Fudge. I mean, not crazy, but still. An internal error has occurred. Freaking Google is just terrible right now. There we go. Did it work? Hey, there we go. Insane. Losing my mind. I can't believe I've been live for 4.5 hours. Everybody's gone now. Wherever we go, dude. Everybody just leaves. You guys all just leave. Nobody wants to hang out all freaking day. Come on. I know you guys are still here. Obviously, the people that are still here are still here. I know. I'm just trying to do more for you guys. I don't know. But look at 771 people. We had 3,000 today. 2,300 people were like, nah, I'm good. But I get it. People have things to do. It makes sense. What was our peak on YouTube today? Like 2,400 or something like that? Yep. I just want to be the best streamer around, guys. Yeah, market kerfuffled there at 797 and now is going much, much lower again. 760, 7760, I can't speak. 7760 is that line in the sand in the S&Ps still. Market continuing to make big strides. Google coming back down after that relief rally. Coming back down here. 7761. Or sorry, 29761. Line in the sand there. What an insane move that would have been if we would have just opened our eyes a little bit and just traded around the point of control. Silly. Show us live day in the life. It's on my YouTube. Go watch my YouTube vlogs. They're there. It's all there, baby. I created that already. It's ready for you, babe. Come on. How did you fix your mindset of being stuck on the data? I mean, I just realized that I was obsessing over it. And it was controlling the way that I would act or the way that I would trade. But it was helpful. I mean, it was helpful to a degree. I just don't do it anymore for those two reasons. Number one being, I don't want to use a cloud journal where they're going to get all of my data for free. And sometimes I'm paying them for it, right? I'm paying for the access to the trade journal. I don't want my strategy to be like, I'm protective over my stuff. It works really, really well. If you had a trading strategy that worked, would you want to divulge your exact strategy in great, exact pinpoint detail? And I'm not willing to create my own vibe coded journal, I guess. So 797 rejecting again there. Bro just called a man babe sus as F. Not really. You gotta watch the movie Swingers. You'll understand it. You're so money, baby, and you don't even know it. RIPS, I've spent over 8 days of my life watching you just on Kick, probably a full month with YouTube crazy. The PNC was a game changer for me. Thanks, brother. Thank you for being here, my friend. I appreciate it. You can vibe code your own thing. It's 2026. We have codex. Yeah, I get that. But again, so the number one reason I don't do it is because I don't want to leak my data to any of these journal creators. It's valuable data and I work hard for it and it's my strategy and whatnot. Number two is that I don't want to be lost in the weeds of tracking my own data so much that I'm starting to be like, oh, well, my average day is this. My win ratio is this. My loss is this. Like, dude, I had a losing day, like, I think July 7th or 8th or something. I don't remember. But I lost like 25K. Not a big deal. But if I'm like, oh, I don't know. I just don't want to be in my own head. I just like to flow with my trading, dude. I like today, I'm not looking for a certain number to make. I'm just looking for setups. And, you know, we continued to stay alive for a while. So we took, you know, 2 more trades that I probably wouldn't have taken. I'd probably leave my desk. But those 2 trades made me an extra, 10 or 15K. It was great. It's nice. It's fun. It's whatever, So, iPad Trader says, just got back. What'd I miss? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We're just hanging. We're slowly losing market share. We're down to 691 viewers. What is going on? Let me ask you guys this. If the channel was live throughout the day, would you watch it? If the stream was live throughout the day, and maybe I wasn't the person streaming, but maybe one of you was here streaming, trading. Well, have I got news for you? All of you diehards that are still in here, all 691 of you, God bless. I have some news that I can share with you since we are the OGs in here. One of you watching is going to have the opportunity to win a contract where you get paid to stream, and I will also buy your trading accounts. Paid salary per month, and I will buy your trading accounts. One of you that is watching. You don't have to be local. You just simply have to have a streaming setup. That's it. I will pay for all of your challenge accounts, and I will pay you a monthly salary. What if you're asked? You will not win. So we are going to have a multi-day competition, and there's going to be 2 people that win. 2 people. Not just one person, but 2. So if you are a trader and have a streaming setup, stay tuned for details, because one of you will win a monthly salary, and I will pay for your challenge accounts. And if you're a good trader, you should be. The community will decide who advances and who stays behind. What if we work for a firm? I mean, I don't know what your legal agreements are, but it might be a little bit difficult. What challenge accounts are you thinking? Guess what? It's up to you. You like trading Lucid? I got you. You like trading TPT? I got you. You like trading Funded Seat? I got you. I think that this will definitely change somebody's life. So if that is you, stay tuned. I'm looking for 2 superstars. 2 absolute dynamite superstars. And you folks in here are going to be active in voting on who you like the most and who you want to see more of. So if that is you right now and you're watching this stream, go on Instagram and send me a video of your trading setup. Send me a video of you talking to the camera. I want to see who's out there. If you really want in, looking for somebody to stream during the noon hours, the midday hours, and somebody for Globex in London. So international, people who are in Australia, people who are in the UK, people who are in the EU. I'm talking to you. I'm a girl, does that matter? Never. If you are a dynamite streamer and a dynamite trader, I'm looking for you. I want you to be part of the channel. So, DM me your early soft submissions. Introduce yourself. Show me your trading setup. I want you. Now, keep in mind, this will be a competition. We will have multiple participants. And you, if you are not that streaming type and you just like watching the streams, guess what? You will be actively voting on who is going to win. So we should be starting this competition this month. Very exciting. Does it have to be a native English speaker? For this round, yes. You have to be fluent in English, yes. If you don't have Instagram, can I send it on X? The problem is that X, I have a request box that, brother, I get probably 80 requests a day from spam accounts and from people who are offering me things. Like, oh, do you want to partner with this crypto exchange? Do you want to partner with this crypto casino? Do you need an appointment setter? Like, I have so many things in my spam inbox. I would recommend just creating an Instagram account, sending me videos on Instagram. No book map required. You can see on my screen is just simple candlesticks, and it's however you trade. There's no requirements other than you must have a streaming setup and you must be likable. Obviously, people are going to be voting for you. That's it. And this could potentially change your life. You can use Deep Dom. I want to get some submissions in this week. It's Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday, tomorrow would be great to get some more submissions, but it's very easygoing. That's the funniest acronym ever. It's ridiculous. I keep thinking of the Lil Wayne song whenever you write that. About rich as flux. So yeah, it's your trading style. You need a streaming setup, obviously, and the people will be voting on you. So hopefully you're likable and hopefully you're decent at trading. Because if you are, you're going to get paid quite a bit, given that you will never have to pay for a prop firm, because I'm going to buy the challenges for you. Which email do I use? You do rips@rips.biz, or you can do my Instagram account. My email is rips@rips.biz, like this. It would be YouTube streams, as you're watching right now, YouTube and Kick. You'd actually be broadcasting to both. However long you want. There's no crazy special requirements for this, but you guys are my OGs that are watching. Thanks, Ripsmod. I already wrote it. Would you want to stream for other people if you're not profitable? Would people want to watch you if you're not profitable? Probably not. You should have quite a few payouts under your belt. Uh-oh. My Chrome is now crashing. I don't get it, dude. I restarted my computer. Anyway. All right, folks. We've had a fun, almost 5-hour stream today. We made some money. We had some fun, and that's all that matters. And hopefully y'all learned something, because that's what matters to me. I want to see you folks learning and bettering your trading. So I'll see you folks tomorrow. There will be no Globex stream today, but I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Hopefully you'll join me then, and we'll have some more fun. I would appreciate it very much. Take care. Have a great rest of your day. Be safe out there, and I'll see you folks tomorrow. Bye. See